Hi loves, just to let you know, these are compilation videos from my main channel, Coffee and Cults. There's going to be all types of videos on this channel, videos so long you will never have to hear your own thoughts again. And in this one, we're going to be getting into ABC's two juggernaut shows from the 2000s, Grey's Anatomy, which of course is still going to this very day in 2026, and Desperate Housewives. There's going to also be on this channel Scientology, deep dives, master long uncut videos into Ashton Kutcher and Mila Kunis, other TV shows, teen dramas, WB shows. So that's going to be a little bit of the taste of the channel. And then I will, as I said, leave my main channel link down below where I cover Hollywood deep dive stuff, and also my other channel, Coffee, Cults, and Cats, where I talk about more current pop culture stories like the Buffy cancellation. Thank you so much for watching, and let's get into everything Grey's Anatomy and Desperate Housewives. Grey's Anatomy is one of the most successful shows of all time. But drama isn't just the category it gets placed in for award shows. The show became famous for its off-the-rail storylines, cliffhangers, and characters that seem to suffer more than anyone else on television. But what's even more interesting than Grey's itself is the behind-the-scenes drama, cast feuds, and wild on-set behavior. And somehow they've managed to keep the most fascinating cast antics buried. Most people know about the big blow-ups on set, certain dramatic exits, and some of the most unbelievable things the Grey's actors have said and done over the years. But those stories barely scratch the surface of the full behind-the-scenes story of Grey's. So today, we'll be taking the deepest of dives into the cast of Grey's Anatomy and looking back on the most interesting things to happen over the last 20 years. We'll be discussing everything from cast blow-ups, bust-ups, and fights to controversial hirings and firings, and what happens when egos fueled by money and fame get out of control. And whether you're the world's biggest Grey's fan who's seen all 438 episodes, or you've seen none, there'll be something here that'll surprise you. So sit back, relax, grab a drink and a snack, and let's dive in to the behind-the-scenes story of the crazy, unhinged, $3 billion juggernaut, Grey's Anatomy. Grey's Anatomy is a medical drama that follows the lives of surgeons working at Seattle Grace Hospital in Seattle, Washington. The name comes from the very famous medical textbook Grey's Anatomy by Dr. Henry Grey, and the titular character of Grey's Anatomy the show is Meredith Grey, that's referenced in the show's title. The show's pilot sets up the first couple of seasons with Dr. Meredith Grey returning to her childhood home in Seattle, and she's come back there because she's received a coveted surgical internship offer at Seattle Grace Hospital. And Seattle Grace was where her mother used to work, who was a pioneer and star surgeon when she worked at the hospital. But her mother is now suffering from Alzheimer's and she's been placed into care. So Meredith is entering her internship, but also kind of keeping the secret of her mother's that she has pretty advanced Alzheimer's, as her mother didn't really want anyone to know. And the first couple of seasons follows Meredith and several other interns as they go through their internship year and then on to being a resident and later on down the road an attending surgeon. The other four main interns with Meredith are Christina Yang, played by Sandra Oh, Izzy Stevens, played by Katherine Heigl, Georgia O'Malley, played by T.R. Knight, and Alex Karev, played by Justin Chambers. The other primary cast in the first couple of seasons are made up of the more experienced surgeons, which were Derek Shepard, played by Patrick Dempsey, Miranda Bailey, played by Chandra Wilson, Dr. Richard Weber, played by James Pickens, and Preston Burke, played by Isaiah Washington. While the character of Meredith was the primary focus for the first 19 seasons, after the 19th season, the actress who plays Meredith, Ellen Pompeo, took a step back from the show, and although she does still appear in the show and it's still titled Grey's Anatomy, Meredith now only appears in a handful of episodes each season. The only two actors who are still on the show as regulars from the pilot are Chandra Wilson and James Pickens, who play Miranda Bailey and Richard Webber. Over the years, Grey's Anatomy became famous for its wild storylines, famous couples, crazy season finales, huge guest stars, and for the fact its main characters, especially Meredith, seem to experience about 5 jaw-dropping events every year, with plane crashes, shooting, ferry crashes, secret wives, and a guy who one of the characters flirted with for a few weeks, leaving her a check for $8.7 million after they triggered an event that kind of killed him. But if you think all of those Grey's Anatomy storylines are crazy, wait until you hear what goes on behind the scenes of this show. Cast members joining and leaving the show is one of the most talked about things when it comes to Grey's Anatomy, as the show became quite famous for frequently killing off very popular characters in dramatic storylines, and the show has not been shy about making it known that actors who cause a lot of issues behind the scenes will end up getting a particularly gruesome and ugly death or exit from the show. The show's creator, Shonda Rhimes, has also admitted to killing off characters because the actor was particularly difficult to deal with on set. When many people think of the drama of the Grey's Anatomy set, they think of the biggest cast member exits from the show, but there's a lot more to these stars' departures than most people know. In addition to the behind-the-scenes controversies about certain cast departures, there's also been a plethora of behind-the-scenes antics over the last 2 decades that Grey's has been on screens. Because Grey's has been on TV for so long, many people break it up into different periods, with most people thinking of the heydays as the first 5 seasons of the show. Other people think the first 10 seasons were Grey and then it dropped off, and other people really put the end of the golden age as the end of the 11th season when, spoiler alert, Patrick Dempsey's character was killed off from the show. Keep in mind what I just mentioned about killing off actors who cause a lot of issues behind the scenes, because we'll talk about that much more later in the video, particularly when it comes to Patrick Dempsey. Grey's Anatomy is still watched by millions of people every single week, and new audiences are discovering it every day. I even saw Shonda Rhimes herself posting on social media that her daughter, who wasn't even born when she created Grey's Anatomy, is now watching it. So while there's viewers that are departing because they watched it since the beginning and they've seen a decline, all of those viewers are being basically made up with the new viewers that are discovering the show through streaming. I have spoken in other videos about how a lot of these older shows like Grey's Anatomy, The Office, Friends, ER, and many others are now having this second life on streaming, because while today we get amazing television with fantastic writing and huge stars and massive budgets, many of these high caliber shows that we get today, like Succession and The Boys, are only able to produce 8 episodes every 2 years. So people seek out these older shows with big episode counts so that they have content to watch. In the 90s and 2000s, shows made 20, 24 episode seasons. Actually, Grey's Anatomy during its 2nd season had a massive 27 episode long 2nd season, purely because the show was so successful. ABC just ordered more episodes to keep people watching. In 2024, Grey's was the most streamed adult show in the world. In just 2024, it was streamed just shy of 50 billion minutes on Netflix, Hulu, and Disney Plus. When Grey's Anatomy premiered, it didn't have immediate massive success. Desperate Housewives, that premiered on the same channel that same TV season, had bigger numbers, and Lost, that also premiered on the same channel the same season, had bigger and better reviews. Grey's did have decent numbers, but pretty mixed reviews. But during the pilot season, when ABC was testing all of their new shows, Grey's Anatomy outperformed Desperate Housewives and Lost with actual real people who were watching in these testing audiences. So after the Grey's premiere, week after week, more people tuned in. More people started talking about the show, more reviews came in, the numbers began to tick up, and suddenly something with Grey's Anatomy shift. Grey's didn't have the budget of Lost or Desperate Housewives, and Shonda Rhimes and her producing partner Betsy Beers had a real battle on their hands to even get the show on air. At every turn, there was difficulties. The network couldn't understand the genius really of what Shonda Rhimes had created. The network executives were old rich men trying to get her to remove things like the very first scene of the pilot where Meredith wakes up after a one-night stand with Patrick Dempsey's character, who she would later find out was her new boss. The network executives told Shonda Rhimes, women don't go out and sleep with randomers the night before a new job. The only way they kept that scene in the show was because Betsy Beers told a room full of ABC executives that she did indeed go out and sleep with a random man before the first night of her new job. The network also had issues with the casting, and that is actually how the nickname of McDreamy about Patrick Dempsey's character came about, because Shonda Rhimes, Betsy Beers, and the other writers were trying to get across Patrick Dempsey's appeal, and they called him Fuck Me McDreamy. Obviously, for the show, they dropped the beginning and just had him be nicknamed McDreamy. There were a lot of other things they did to try and wrestle away control and decisions from Shonda Rhimes, who at this point, her biggest past project was the Britney Spears movie Crossroads. After an issue with the lighting on the pilot, which Shonda and the team tried to explain, it wasn't actually an issue. They had to light the ensemble cast this way because the ensemble cast was made up of characters of different ethnicities, which was not something super common on network TV in 2005. So the network, who said that it was an issue with the lighting and that they were going to do what they see fit, they actually intervened and fired the original director of photography, and they shut down production of Grey's, the pilot, for 2 weeks. But despite all of this, Shonda Rhimes and the writers knew what they had. They pushed on, the show premiered, and over the first season of only 9 episodes, because it was a lot shorter due to it being a mid-season replacement show, the show grew in viewership from its pilot, which is very rare. The show's premiere on March 27, 2005 drew in just over 16 million people, which is still huge numbers, but by the finale, just 2 months later, on May 22nd, 2005, the audience was over 23 million people. Hugely successful numbers then, but unheard of today. The first season ended with a massive reveal and cliffhanger, and Grey's Anatomy became even more buzzed about. From that point on, it blew past Lost in the rating, was on par with and then surpassed even Desperate Housewives, the #1 scripted show on TV that first year. It wasn't just ratings though. Grey's Anatomy was everywhere. The show won awards, the cast won awards. Overnight, the cast became huge stars. It was buzzed about by reviewers, talked about everywhere, and the cast was on magazine covers, being interviewed on red carpets. In literally 8 weeks, Grey's Anatomy went from a mid-season replacement given a 10 p.m. time slot on a Sunday night, made up of a cast that were all very unknown, and it became an absolute juggernaut of a show. #1, watched by hundreds of millions of people around the world, and the cast were all stars. A hugely successful show with a cast who went from being pretty regular people to extremely rich and famous practically overnight. I mean, what could possibly go wrong? The short answer to that is a lot. There have been many famous and infamous actor exits from Grey's Anatomy over the years, and the third season saw the first of these infamous Grey's departures that set up a bit of a pattern that would go on for many more seasons, where every few years there would be this massive exit of one of the lead actors of the show, and it would be quite a publicized event. In addition to high up main cast members that left, there were also some smaller cast members and producers of the show that had what I would say are unbelievable exits from the show. And usually I do just focus on like the main cast for these type of videos, but there's one person in particular from the Grey set that I have to tell you about their exit, because it legitimately is the most insane thing I have ever heard about in television or exits. And this is also tied in to one of the most famous episodes of Grey's in the last 10 years, I would say for sure. And really, the story, when I tell it to you, if you saw it in an episode of Grey's Anatomy, you would just say, oh, that's way too far-fetched. Like, I think they went too over the top with that. But this is really something that happened. So we'll get into that in just a second. Now, some people will say, why did it take to season 3 for things to really explode when it's just been widely known that there were always a lot of tensions and issues on the Grey's set, and it did come with a lot of the egos that were on there, and also it being such an ensemble show, there usually is this kind of competitive nature on these really successful shows, and everybody kind of vying for the number one spot. The reason that Grey's didn't really have too much controversy in the first 2 seasons, I'd say it was pretty much normal standard by TV sets, where if most regular people saw it, they'd probably be horrified. But if you dropped like a very seasoned PA onto the set, they'd probably just be like, oh yeah, normal Hollywood TV set bullshit situation. But the first 2 seasons of Grey's didn't have as many issues as the rest of the seasons because of the way that the show was filmed. And so because of that, because the show was a mid-season replacement, it was shot the whole first season before anything aired, it didn't have what usually successful shows have, which is time and feedback. Shows like Desperate Housewives and Lost had almost an entire year of success and praise. Those shows shot their pilots, were picked up, started shooting the rest of the season, but by the 4th or 5th episode that they were shooting, the show was airing and 30 million people were watching the Desperate Housewives pilot. That sort of reaction changes everything on the set of a show, and it changes the actors and how they behave, and a lot about their lives too, because they've just gone from being pretty regular people, especially the Grey's Anatomy cast, who most of them had not really done anything before that. And they now were going to be extremely famous, but they were able to shoot the whole first season before they even knew if the show would last past the second week. When actors are pretty unknown, it's just a totally different ball game. To give you an example, on my last video, I talked all about the behind the scenes antics of Desperate Housewives. And a few hours after I posted that video, a really lovely person reached out to me who was someone who's very close to the show. Coincidentally, this person had been watching my channel for quite a while. And of course, I was able to look up and confirm who they were, and they showed me proof and everything. And we had a very interesting conversation over several hours about the set and a lot of the stuff that I'm allowed to share. I'll be working a few bits into videos and future videos because it was very interesting and some juicy stories. But the full story I will put on my Patreon and stuff, because I wouldn't do a follow-up video that close to just having released one about Desperate Housewives. But this person who was very close to the show confirmed most of the things that I did speak about in my video, things about Terry Hatcher, and they also provided a lot more information about Eva Longoria, for example, and how in the earlier seasons, especially season 1, when she joined the show, she was very, very unknown. She'd done a little bit of soap work, but she was totally green. This person spoke very fondly about Eva Longoria in those earlier seasons, saying how nice and normal and down to earth she was and how grateful she was to be on the show. I'm sure a lot of the Grey's Anatomy actors started out this way too. They had a bit of experience, and then getting a lead role on a scripted network show, that's a pretty big deal. But quickly, the fame and money and success goes to people's heads. I talk about this all the time in my videos because it's on such a crazy level. You're not only famous and making crazy money, but you literally have people running around after you, doing your hair, makeup, sending you free stuff, millions of fans telling you you're amazing, the media telling you you're wonderful, and all of that just feeds into people's egos because you have to have some sort of ego to be an actor, the same way you have to kind of want attention to be a YouTuber. But another element that gets added in with these hugely successful ensemble shows is that it becomes a competition between the actors because everybody wants to be the most important and everybody wants to be higher up on the call sheet. There actually was a story from the Grey's Anatomy set that depicts this pretty well. When they were shooting the pilot, one of the actresses was overheard discussing how grateful she was to land this role because actors, of course, they aren't guaranteed work because a main role on television is one of the most secure things an actor can get in comparison anyway. Fast forward to a few seasons down the road, and this exact same actress was overheard telling a makeup artist, "Can you believe they want me to come in on a Saturday for a measly 128 grand?" Grey's Anatomy, especially for the first 10 years, was known to be a show that had a very grueling schedule. Anyone that I've ever spoken to who had anything to do with the show, and especially the earlier seasons, were saying just how long the days were. And I mean, that is pretty standard, but these were 17, 18, 19-hour days and weekends and things like that. And it just was magnified even more because a lot of the actors that were there in the earlier seasons put even more pressure on the schedule because they would be constantly late and they would be holding up scenes and other actors and crew. So it was a process that just heightened everything else that was going on because people were on set for these really long shoot days. Allegedly, Patrick Dempsey was well known for being extremely difficult on the Grey's set. He was the highest paid and saw himself as the star and was known for coming extremely late to set, which costs an obscene amount of money because when an actor is late to set, there are hundreds of people waiting around. I have mentioned this in videos before, and one thing with people that I speak to and it's their first time on a set, they will always say, "I had no idea how many people are involved in making these shows," because even when you see like behind the scenes videos and you see the directors and like Video Village and people with the boom mic and the camera people, yes, there's a lot of people around, but there's like layers and layers of people further back from that. And I do think that's one thing that's not put across very well to the general public, that these shows like Grey's Anatomy literally have hundreds and hundreds of people involved, and even people that aren't involved in the actual shooting of that scene. There's people in wardrobe and catering and setting up props and setting up scenes for the next one that they're going to, and it is just one of those things that you kind of don't realize how many people are being held up by someone being not even, I'm talking like 10 minutes late, like hours late. Like literally everybody will just be standing around waiting for the actor to come to set.
Pretty good. It's our first day back was Wednesday, and it was, I'm going to keep saying this because I hope it embarrasses them, a 17-hour day.
And whatever amount of hours an actor is doing, you can always add at least an hour to the start and the end of the day for the crew because they are always on set the longest. I have heard heard from a lot of people that when Debbie Allen joined the show, that things got a lot better schedule-wise, because Debbie Allen would put like, we are not doing more than X amount of hours. And she worked in a lot of things like Ellen Pompeo didn't work on Fridays. Obviously, she's not on every episode now, but for the last couple of seasons that she was on full time, she wouldn't be there on a Friday. And there was certain other things that she adjusted schedules for people. And Debbie Allen would do other things that really spoke volumes, because it's not normal to do these sort of things. But she would say on Halloween, go home at 3 and let your kids go trick-or-treating and things like that. So a lot of people did say once Debbie Allen came in, things did get better. Allegedly, during the third season was when a lot of issues started to arise, and this is all coming after the second season and the schedule and Patrick Dempsey and other issues that we'll talk about throughout the rest of the video. But especially this schedule issue was what a lot of people had problems with. And one day when Isaiah Washington and Patrick Dempsey were due to shoot a scene, Patrick Dempsey was really late and Isaiah Washington and the crew were waiting around for ages for him. And when Patrick Dempsey eventually came to set, and he would usually make them wait like hours, I'm not talking like 15 minutes. And so Isaiah Washington pretty much just was done with Patrick Dempsey messing around, and he got into an argument with him. One of the Grey's Anatomy writers, Harry Worksman, said about the argument that Washington had felt disrespected, that he and the crew had been waiting, so he went after Patrick, pushed him against the wall, and said, "You can't talk to me the way you talk to that little F-slur, TR." Another crew member, Marty Carrillo, said that everybody on set knew that TR was gay. For some reason, Isaiah just lost it and pinned Patrick against the wall. You could see Isaiah's pupils go wide, like, what did I do? It was quiet, and then everybody had to leave set. Unbelievably, Shonda Rhimes didn't actually fire Isaiah Washington after he had called TR Knight a slur. He also denied that he did so for a while. There were rumors and articles coming out like crazy about this incident. Of course, what Isaiah Washington said and issues between him and Patrick Dempsey were huge points of discussion. But the other huge talking point about this whole thing coming out was around TR Knight's sexuality. Remember, this is the mid-2000s. Things were very different with LGBT representation and also actors being out. I mean, there's still actors that are really closeted today, people that would really surprise you. And Grey's Anatomy, ironically, is where we've got some of the most significant representation in the last 20 years on mainstream TV. I'm not saying there's not issues and that it's perfect, but there's characters like Arizona and Callie and later Maya and Karina on the Grey's Anatomy spin-off Station 19. Those are some of the most significant representation ever on mainstream network TV. TR Knight was open on set and with his friends, and there were small rumors, not circulating in the mainstream media or anything like that, but this incident resulted in TR being basically outed. Very shortly after this, in January 2007, the Golden Globes took place, and Grey's Anatomy, in its prime, of course, went and was nominated, and Isaiah Washington was asked about the incident, and he denied it by saying the slur again. He was asked on live TV at the Golden Globes and he said the slur. This obviously had Isaiah Washington axed from the show, and this was a huge discussion point again in the media. Washington got huge backlash from not only the Grey's Anatomy fans, but a lot of LGBT organizations, and he exited the show at the end of season 3. He was allowed to return to the show at the end of the 10th season when Sandra Oh's character exited the show. Sandra Oh was given one of the best exits on the show. Her character and Sandra Oh herself are extremely beloved by the Grey's fans, and I think her exit from the show was handled so well because O gave Shonda Rhimes a ton of notice that she wanted to exit. She did it in a super professional way, and she had always said, at the end of the 10th season, I'm done. All I've ever heard from people who work on Grey's about Sandra Oh is that she was really great to work with and extremely professional. And I think if the vast majority of fans could pick anyone to return to the show, it would be Sandra Oh's character, Christina Yang. And although Sandra Oh is very positive about her experience on the show, she doesn't have any intention to return. The next lead actor to exit the show also had a major award show involved in her departure, but this time it was the Emmys. Ironically enough, when Isaiah Washington spoke this slur at the Golden Globes, Katherine Heigl said Washington shouldn't be allowed to speak in public, but it was Katherine Heigl speaking in public about an award show that kind of got her kicked off and leaving Grey's Anatomy. Come season 5 of the show, it was even more successful. The stars all got major pay rises, and Isaiah Washington's exit from the show actually worked out in Katherine Heigl's favor, because for season 4, the cast were all getting bumps, but they were giving the biggest pay rises to Ellen Pompeo, Patrick Dempsey, Sandra Oh, and Isaiah Washington. Katherine Heigl was the actor who was the most successful in film from the Grey's Anatomy cast. So she wasn't just on one of the most popular shows on TV, she was also starring in massive movies like Knocked Up and 27 Dresses. When Washington exited the show, Katherine Heigl was given the other top pay slot because of her being so big in the film industry and being really one of the most liked characters on the show. Heigl was only 26 at this time, and her previous biggest work was 3 seasons on the WB show Roswell, which actually is one of the main reasons I tuned into the Grey's Anatomy premiere, as I absolutely loved the show Roswell, and I mean loved it.
You know, I finally feel like I have a quasi-normal existence, and you blow it all with one random act of lunacy. Well, how did you let my misguided brother do this?
Hey, don't turn this around on me. I'm not the one who thinks he's a superhero. You use your powers all the time.
Recreationally.
During season 4, Katherine Heigl also was the first cast member to win an Emmy, and she still says to this day that was the best night of her career. Grey's Anatomy had been pretty generous to Katherine Heigl, as they'd been very flexible with her schedule so she could film the movies she was in. She'd gotten this big pay raise, they'd signed her on for another few seasons, but there was still issues between her and the show's creator, Shonda Rhimes, and some of the producers. Katherine Heigl and T.R. Knight were extremely close friends too, and he exited the show during the end of the 5th season. Things had soured with T.R. Knight over the Isaiah Washington incident, and then in the seasons after that, season 4, he felt like he didn't really have much to do and that his character was messed around a lot with storylines, and so he was pretty unhappy with his material and his place on the show. And so possibly his departure too played into a lot of the reasons that Katherine Heigl wanted to leave. So come the beginning of season 6, Katherine Heigl had been doing all these movies. She had signed on, got a big pay raise, but she was not happy with what was going on set. She was not happy with her schedule and a bunch of other things, and her closest friend from the show had also left. It really seems as though she did want to exit the show, and even she does admit she didn't handle this the best way, and she does regret it. But the year after her Emmys win, when all of this was happening and it came time to put forward the names for consideration for that year's nominations, Katherine Heigl infamously did not put herself forward, as she said she did not think the writers had given her the material to warrant a nomination. There was a lot of back and forth in the media between Katherine Heigl and Shonda Rhimes and the producers, and Katherine Heigl was written out in a pretty awful way. Her character didn't really have an exit. There were rumors also that Katherine Heigl didn't show up for work, but she said that didn't happen. As I said, Katherine Heigl has apologized and said she would like to come back to the show, but I think it's pretty clear that's not going to happen. Surprisingly, Shonda Rhimes didn't kill off her character, which is why she didn't. Shonda Rhimes said she thought everybody expected her to do that because it was so known the situation that was going on with Heigl at this time. So she kind of just left her out on a string and like left it up in the air. We did kind of get like a little bit of closure when Justin Chambers left the show, which is another thing we'll get into in a second, with his character kind of running off in a very strange way. By that I mean like the actor and the character was just strange, his exit from the show, which we'll get into as I said. But she had the perfect opportunity to return, I think, and they didn't have a return. They just referred to her and didn't even like use footage of her or anything like that. So I think it's pretty clear that if she wasn't going to be forgiven and returned then, I don't think it's going to happen personally. I would love to see it, but I just don't think it's going to happen. Of course, Katherine Heigl behaved very poorly and she should have just left at the end of season 5 if she wanted to go and do movies and not take the raise, not sign on to multiple other seasons. But the Grey set did have a lot of toxicity in the earlier seasons. Not that that is any excuse. I do think Katherine Heigl is still hated over this, and in comparison to the behavior of other actors in the industry who've done really horrendous things that have hurt people, been dangerous, and just caused issues galore, there certainly are much worse things that have happened in Hollywood. I will say that in the earlier seasons of Grey's, most things that I've heard was that everyone was a nightmare, but everything that I've ever heard about Katherine Heigl, and I mean this goes back to like her Roswell days to right up to present day, like people in the last year have spoken to me about her, and everyone has always told me that they have really liked working with her. That yes, like she's a typical actress, but most people have said they've been really surprised how down to earth she is and how like friendly and nice. So take that for what you will. The same year that Katherine Heigl won her Emmy in 2007, it was announced that there was going to be a spin-off of Grey's Anatomy. Grey's was a massive success, so it of course made sense for ABC to want Shonda Rhimes to create another show in the Grey's universe. There of course was another spin-off after this one, Station 19, which premiered in 2018 and ran for 7 seasons, wrapping up just last year in 2024. Back in March 2007, it was announced that Addison Montgomery, played by Kate Walsh, would be the character the spin-off would center around, and the spin-off would be titled Private Practice and based in LA. Private Practice premiered in September 2007 after a 2-part backdoor pilot in season 4 of Grey's Anatomy. Kate Walsh had been on Grey's Anatomy for seasons 2 and 3 after she appeared for a final few seconds in the season 1 finale. Addison's appearance in the season 1 finale was short, but delivered the jaw-dropping reveal to Meredith Grey that Addison was the wife of Meredith Grey's season 1 long love interest, Patrick Dempsey's character, Derek Shepherd. A lot of people on the Grey's Anatomy set thought that Addison Montgomery would be seen as a bit of a villain to viewers when she was introduced, but Addison Montgomery, in part thanks to Kate Walsh's performance, became a very big fan favorite. Now, all the context I gave you about the Grey's Anatomy cast egos and issues and drama on set wasn't just important for the cast exits, but also important for discussing the spin-off, because the development of the spin-off allegedly poured even more gasoline on the issues between the cast members. It was during season 3 that the cast found out about the spin-off and that it was going to center around Kate Walsh. And as I mentioned earlier, season 3 was really when things were starting to explode. When the cast found out about the spinoff, most of them were allegedly pretty angry because many of them believed that they should have been the ones to be given the spinoff. Ellen Pompeo, of course, was someone who wouldn't be considered for the spinoff, nor would want to be because she's the Grey on Grey's Anatomy, but allegedly Ellen Pompeo was not happy when she was told about the spinoff because she believed that she should have been brought into the discussions at the very beginning around the spin-off's development. And she also thought that she should have been asked for her opinion because Grey's was her show. Multiple sources have stated that the spin-off caused Ellen Pompeo to have issues with Kate Walsh. Kate Walsh also dealt with some other very unfriendly behaviors from the rest of the cast because so many of them were angry over the fact that Kate Walsh had been chosen. There are a lot of other things discussed about Kate Walsh behind the scenes, and in addition to that, she does have an interesting blind life, but when it comes to her work and reputation, behavior, and her as a person, it's always been very positive things reported and that I've heard. So it's just unfortunate that, according to a lot of sources, that Kate Walsh was iced out by a lot of the cast members for something that was just her doing her job. She didn't really do anything to them. Private Practice did run for over 100 episodes, ending its 6-season run on January 22nd, 2013. Kate Walsh did return to Grey's Anatomy for several guest appearances while she was on Private Practice, especially for crossover episodes, and then after almost a 10-year gap, she did return to Grey's Anatomy in a highly publicized recurring role for seasons 18 and 19. When fans are asked about the most heartbreaking exit from the show, a lot of people answer that it was Dr. Lexi Grey, Meredith Grey's half-sister, and when she was killed off in the shocking season 8 finale, Flight. Fans were pretty shocked by the 2012 episode, not only because of what happened, but also because of how intense the episode was, as just the previous year, there was a 2-hour season finale where a shooter had entered the hospital and took the lives of several doctors. In the season 8 finale, Meredith Grey, Derek Shepherd, Christina Yang, Mark Sloan, and Lexi Grey take a private flight to another hospital in relation to a complicated surgery. Alex Karev was due to join them as well, but at the last minute, Arizona Robbins took his place after Karev's behavior angered her. Fans were very shocked by Lexi's exit, but they were even more blown away when the show returned the following season, and just a few episodes in, it became clear that Lexi wouldn't be the only casualty of the crash. In the 3rd episode of season 9, Eric Dane's character Mark Sloan was also killed off due to his plane crash injuries. Kyla Lee, who played Lexi, and Eric Dane, who played Mark Sloan, had quite different exits to the exits that we've previously discussed, and according to multiple sources, their exits were due to different reasons than what was portrayed in the mainstream media at the time. After the season 8 finale, it was announced that Kyla Lee wanted to leave the show, and it was to spend more time with her family. I'm not really going to go too much into her departure because it is allegedly to do with mental health related issues, but she did ask to be written off the show and for it to be final. After her departure from Grey's, she was dealing with a mental health diagnosis and took a few years away from acting. She did then go on to star on Supergirl, which aired its first season on CBS and then moved to air the rest of its run on the CW. When Supergirl moved to the CW, like nearly all CW shows, it was shot in Vancouver. So when Chyler Lee reprised her role almost 10 years later in season 17 of Grey's Anatomy, she actually couldn't come down to film at the set in LA. Season 17 was shot during 2020 and 2021, so it wasn't 100% clear if it was a scheduling conflict with Supergirl due to COVID or something else. So the scenes where Chyler Lee appears with Ellen Pompeo's Meredith Grey, she actually filmed those scenes by herself on a green screen in Vancouver, and Ellen Pompeo filmed hers on the Grey's Anatomy set in LA. Also in 2021, after Chyler Lee reprised her role, there were some allegations made by Chyler Lee's husband, Nathan West, about Chyler's experience on set with a co-star. And obviously these are allegations, and her husband has now deleted the tweets where he made these allegations in the first place. Chyler's husband alleged that Jesse Williams, who also starred on Grey's Anatomy, had pursued Chyler and several other women on the show and tried to start relationships with them. His pursuit of Chyler, her husband alleges, was one of the main reasons that Jesse Williams ended up getting divorced. And Jesse did go through a very messy divorce after Chyler left the show, but Jesse Williams nor Chyler Lee have ever commented on this, and the husband did delete the tweets shortly after posting them. As I said, Eric Dane exited the show after his 6-season contract was up, and that was around the same time Chyler Leigh did, and he also reprised his role in season 17. Many cast members reprised their roles in season 17, as originally that was written to be the last season. But that was before Ellen Pompeo signed her record-breaking deal to be the highest paid actress on television. But we'll talk about Ellen Pompeo in just a minute. When Eric Dane exited the show at the end of his original contract, the usual fluffy PR marketing lines were put out saying that they didn't think that there was any story left to tell and that his character's time on Grey's Anatomy had come to an end. But he has said a few things over the years that seem to indicate something else. There were several allegations from people close to the show that it was due to his substance use disorder. Those rumors existed for quite a few years, especially when people saw his adult tape and it appeared like he'd been taking substances. But last year, Eric Dane actually addressed all of this speculation himself. Eric Dane went on to Dax Shepard's Armchair Expert podcast and he spoke about his exit from Grey's, and he went on to talk about his addiction issues that he was suffering from at the time that he was on the Grey's set.
How did you end up leaving? It would be so hard for me to give up security.
I didn't leave so much as I think I was let go.
At that point, you were struggling.
I was struggling. They didn't let me go because of that, although it definitely didn't help. I was starting to become, as most of these actors who have spent significant time on a show, you start to become very expensive for the network.
Yep.
And the network knows that the show is going to do what it's going to do, irrespective of who they keep on it. As long as they have their Grey, they're fine. I wasn't the same guy they had hired, so I had understood when I was let go. And Shonda was really great. She protected us fiercely. She protected us publicly, she protected us privately.
We interviewed her and I thought she was a radical woman.
She's radical. I love Shonda Rhimes, and she protected me, but I was probably fired.
Okay, all right.
It wasn't ceremoniously like, you're fired.
Right.
It was just like,
you're not coming back.
You're not coming back.
He did go on to clarify that although he was really struggling at the time, that he thinks that the main issue that he was let go from the show was a financial one. Eric Dane has been open about his journey to being sober over the years, and he did then go on to talk about his sobriety with Dax Shepard on the podcast. He said that he had been clean for 3 to 4 years before he joined Grey's, but he'd relapsed during the 2007 writer's strike, which obviously Grey's went on break when the writer's strike happened then, and it wasn't that far into Eric Dane's run. He'd been on the show about 3 years, and he then was talking to Dax Shepard about the rest of the time that he was on there and how things started to take a turn after the writer's strike. He said, if you take the whole 8 years I was on Grey's Anatomy, I was fucked up longer than I was sober. And that was when things really started to go sideways for me. As I said, he did reprise his role in season 17. He is still a huge fan favorite, and he will probably forever be known as McSteamy. In the early years of Grey's, as I was talking about McDreamy earlier and McSteamy, there were all these little phrases and names that really came into the culture because Grey's was so popular. There was this massive thing for the first few years of the show where it was known for saying seriously, and they even had like ads of the show pointing it out.
Seriously.
Seriously. Seriously. Seriously.
Seriously? Seriously? Seriously?
And there was the whole McDreamy versus McSteamy thing.
McDreamy was doing the McNasty with the McHottie. That McBastard.
So Eric Dane, he did go on to Euphoria and a bunch of other shows, but I do think his character will remain one of the absolute just fan favorites, the same way Addison Montgomery and Christina Yang are. So it's time to talk about one of the biggest exits from the show, Patrick Dempsey's exit in 2015. Patrick Dempsey had been the male lead on the show for 262 episodes, and in the 21st episode of season 11, he was killed off in a car accident. When the show began, Dempsey was the highest paid actor on the show, even though Ellen Pompeo was the titular character. When the show was a success, Ellen Pompeo tried to get Dempsey to negotiate with her in the same way that the Friends cast did. But according to Ellen Pompeo, he wasn't interested in doing that. For many years, ABC execs said they would not pay Pompeo what she was asking for because they had Patrick and he's the star. As I mentioned earlier, there were a lot of issues behind the scenes with Dempsey, and many people involved with the show have alleged that Patrick Dempsey terrorized the cast and crew on set. Ellen Pompeo and Dempsey seemed to get on fine for many years. In fact, one of the promotional images used for season 5 and on the DVD box set wasn't actually like a promotional picture. It was just a candid picture of them behind the scenes. But things changed a year or so before Dempsey's exit from Grey's, as allegedly, and according to sources involved with the show, Dempsey had an affair with someone on set. This upset Pompeo very much, and there were conversations with Dempsey's wife. At this time that this was all going on, Dempsey's wife did file for divorce, but about a year later, she decided to not go through with the divorce, and they didn't end up getting divorced. For Dempsey's last 2 seasons on the show, he and Pompeo didn't speak to each other, and allegedly they had to even implement storylines to break the characters up so they wouldn't have to film so much together. His character was even banished to Washington for a large chunk of episodes that he barely appeared in. With all of this happening, Patrick Dempsey was behaving even worse on set, and Shonda Rhimes was witnessing some of this behavior and decided with a stroke of her pen that Patrick Dempsey's time on Grey's Anatomy was up. So Dempsey did leave the show in 2015, and when Pompeo was talking about him on Jada Smith's Red Table Talk in December 2018, she revealed that they still weren't speaking and hadn't spoken since the show ended. She said she didn't have any hard feelings and that he was a great actor, but she did then 2 years later reach out to Dempsey about returning to the show, and he did actually return in, again, season 17. Things do seem to be fine between them now, as Dempsey even went on to appear in an episode of Ellen Pompeo's podcast, Tell Me with Ellen Pompeo. Allegedly, during this time, there were discussions about whether Ellen Pompeo could carry the show without a strong male lead. Before Dempsey's exit, Pompeo had asked for just $5,000 more than Dempsey for the principle of her being the titular character of the show and being Meredith Grey of Grey's Anatomy, but they wouldn't give her the $5K. As I said, we'll talk about Ellen Pompeo in a minute. I'm not saying she's this perfect person. She has done and said some unhinged things, but Grey's is her show. It's a $1 billion franchise that has been on for 5,000 years. She should have been making at least $5K more than any other lead. Ellen Pompeo did get the last laugh in the end for all of the time these network executives screwed her over with money, as after everything happened with Dempsey and he left the show, Ellen did show what most people knew all along, that the show was Grey's Anatomy and about Meredith Grey. And she signed an enormous $20 million deal in 2018, making her the highest paid actress on television. And she also got a bunch of other things like producer credit on Grey's, producer credit on the other spin-off Station 19, which both of those things equal more paychecks. And there was a lot more to her deal, but we'll get into that in her chapter. But speaking of producers and Grey's Anatomy, we're going to put a very quick pause on the main cast and briefly speak about a very minor character, minor cast member, a cast member that in fact has no lines. But this cast member, who played a nurse in one of Grey's most famous and talked about episodes in the past 10 years, was actually only appearing in the episode because she was a co-producer and a writer on Grey's for many years. And the reason I want to discuss this person outside the main cast is because this is one of the most batshit insane stories you will hear. And especially if you're a Grey's Anatomy fan, it's going to really shock you. So before we get onto Sarah Ramirez, Jessica Capshaw, Sarah Drew, Ellen Pompeo, and the two showrunners, Shonda Rhimes and Krista Vernoff, let's discuss the Grey's Anatomy co-producer who lied about many things, including having cancer. One of the most famous episodes of Grey's Anatomy in the past 10 years is the episode called Silent All These Years. It was the 19th episode of season 15, and even people who aren't huge Grey's fans probably will know the one that I'm talking about, and it's where all of the women who work in the hospital line up down the sides of a corridor when one of the patients is being pushed through who was a victim of rape. This episode was extremely powerful and not only was given rave reviews by fans, but was also picked up a lot in the media and it got huge coverage for the show. There was also a lot of publications that spoke to the writers and people that were involved heavily with the episode. And of course, the woman who wrote the episode was given a lot of praise and was interviewed for a series of articles about this particular episode. The woman who wrote the episode is called Elizabeth Finch, and she was hired to Grey's Anatomy in 2015. She had said for years that Grey's was her dream writing job, and she ended up writing 13 episodes of the show and co-producing 172 episodes. She was, of course, involved in the writer's room, and even if she didn't write a particular episode, she did write a lot of the stuff for the character of Jo. Elizabeth Finch actually got her job with Grey's Anatomy because she wrote a piece for Elle magazine talking about how she was in her 30s and living with cancer. In particular, talking about sarcoma, the mass that she had on her spinal cord. This ended up getting her the job at Grey's, and she had previously written for True Blood, which was her first writer's assistant role in 2008. And then she moved on to The Vampire Diaries. She did also write for the show No Ordinary Family that starred Julie Benz. A year after Finch had been working at Grey's is when Krista Vernon came in, and she did a blind writer's test for all of the writer's room, and she ended up putting Elizabeth in the group that she wanted to let go from the show. There ended up being an intervention from higher ups, and they told Vernon keep her because she was living with cancer, and they didn't want to fire her because of it. Finch would come into the Grey's Anatomy offices and look completely green. She would be in agony, and she would take breaks from writing and go and vomit in the bathroom. She talked a lot about her diagnosis, and she also did some media pieces around abortion and spoke about her experience of having to get an abortion because she was pregnant and going through cancer treatment.
6 years ago, I was diagnosed with a rare, inoperable form of bone cancer called chondrosarcoma, a cancer I still have to this day.
And she thought that she couldn't get pregnant, but when she did, she said that she had to make the choice of either having the baby and having to stop her chemo or to continue with the chemo and get the abortion. In 2018, there was the tragedy at the Tree of Life Synagogue. Elizabeth actually knew some people at this Pittsburgh location, and she ended up going and cleaning up some of her friend's remains. She told the Grey's Anatomy staff that this incident caused her to have post-traumatic stress disorder, and she ended up checking herself into a mental health facility. When she was there, she went by the name of Jo, the same character that she wrote a lot for on Grey's Anatomy. The character of Jo actually went into a mental health facility after Elizabeth had left one. Elizabeth ended up meeting a woman at the facility called Jen, who was a nurse, but had been going through a very difficult time and had a very abusive husband. But Elizabeth and Jen got along, and they ended up getting together and dating each other. Elizabeth also moved in with Jen and her 5 kids. This was all happening around COVID. So Elizabeth and the other writers were working on Zoom at the time. So Elizabeth was living in Kansas while still writing for the show. Elizabeth and Jen got married, and not too long after that, Elizabeth was telling Jen that she was really having a difficult time because not only was she living with cancer, but she only had one functioning kidney, and she had very bad kidney stones, and also the one functioning kidney was just not functioning well. She was in agony. And so Jan said, that's it, let's go to the hospital one day that the pain was really bad. And when they went to the hospital, Jan was watching the doctor examine Elizabeth and thinking, wow, she must be really tough and have a high pain threshold, because when the doctor was examining her and palpating around where you would usually feel for kidney issues, that Elizabeth wasn't really reacting. And when someone has a kidney stone and you're palpating, usually the person will have like a very physical reaction. And a lot of the time, people will like move away or scream or something, because when you have a kidney stone, it's extremely painful. Jen thought it was a little strange, but what really put the red flags up for her was when the doctor came in back to the room and locked eyes with Jen and said, both your kidneys look absolutely fine. And Jen thought, well, one of them's not supposed to function at all, and the other one's supposed to have kidney stones and be in agony. What's going on here? Editing Ash here again, guys. Just one thing I forgot to mention about this kidney situation is that this is what Jen was told, but the Grey's Anatomy writers' room and obviously her employers had been told that she needed a kidney transplant and that she was going to actually get one because one of her friends was going to donate for her and had like tested and been matched and everything. And her friend who was going to donate the kidney to her was her good friend from True Blood, Anna Paquin. After Jen's suspicions were aroused, she had gotten married to Elizabeth very quickly. So she decided to do a bit of a deep dive and look into the things that Elizabeth had told Jen about herself. Jen started going back over Elizabeth's social media and looking at things like this Tree of Life incident that Elizabeth was supposed to have gone to and had friends whose lives were taken at it. But what Jen found is that that day that this incident took place, Elizabeth was at a Halloween party. It was right there on Facebook. Over the next few days, Jen started digging deeper, and eventually she found more evidence that Elizabeth wasn't who she said she was. She ended up having to take Elizabeth to California to confront her because she wanted her to be away from Jen's 5 children that they were living with. So when they went to California, Jen confronted Elizabeth with everything. Asked her about her cancer, asked her about the Tree of Life, asked her about her kidney, her knee cancer that she also claimed to have, asked her about the Emmy that she supposedly gave up because she didn't want to go to the ceremony and she wanted to stay with Jen when Jen was going through a hard time. And she asked her about a bunch of other things. And none of it was true. Elizabeth had lied about everything. She didn't have cancer. She didn't have kidney issues. She wasn't nominated for an Emmy. She didn't go to the Tree of Life synagogue. She didn't even know anyone from there. And she also had lied about her brother, who was a doctor, and claimed that her brother had abused her when they were kids. None of this was true. Elizabeth had also lied about so many other things that Jen later found out. She'd lied about being sexually harassed on the Vampire Diaries. She'd said that her brother had taken his own life because of the abuse he inflicted on Elizabeth, and there were so many other things. Jen ended up writing an email to Shonda Rhimes and telling her everything that she'd found out. She told her about the cancer, the abortion, the tree of life, her brother, her knee, her kidney, and there was even more stuff that they ended up finding out, that Elizabeth was basically going and getting people's trauma, hearing about their stories, and taking them and pretending it happened to her. That famous episode of Grey's with the women that line the corridor, Elizabeth is actually the nurse in that episode standing next to Joe. And the other part of the storyline in that episode is that the character of Joe meets her biological mother and finds out that she is the product of rape. Elizabeth had actually taken that story from one of the other Grey's writers, who that was her story. And Elizabeth took it and didn't even ask her and just wrote it into an episode, and then got all the praise in the world and picked up by all the media for telling the story of someone else. Hi guys, Editing Ash here. There is a clip that I'm just going to show you that actually has Camille Luddington saying that she is the one who pitched the storyline for Joe.
Hey, crazy pitch. What if we change the storyline, and what if Joe is the product of rape? And I remember like refreshing my email over and over, and like, and I'm fired. Like, she's gonna hate this pitch. Like, it's done. I'll be yeah. And she wrote back like 5 minutes later, and I just remember her saying, "I love this," in all caps. And I was like, yes, we're doing it. And that's kind of how this ended up happening.
And I know in the series Anatomy of Lies, at the end they put up like a black screen and say Camille Luddington said that she came up with the storyline and she hasn't replied when we asked her for comment. And then they have Kylie Donovan throughout the episode saying, I told the story to Elizabeth Finch. This is where she got the idea from. And Anatomy of Lies seems to present it like, oh, Camille Luddington either might be lying about it or covering for the show. But I don't think that's true based on this clip. If you watch like this whole panel, and there are a lot of other interviews and promotional things that Elizabeth Finch and Camille Luddington have done. And as I mentioned earlier, Elizabeth Finch wrote a lot for the character of Joe. So I think that they came up with this thing together, and kind of both things are true. Like, Elizabeth Finch and Camille Luddington came up with this idea for the character, and Elizabeth Finch took the idea from Kylie Donovan telling her story. But I just wanted to put that in there because I always want to give you the whole story of what's going on. And also, if you've either seen Anatomy of Lies or you're going to watch it, then you have kind of even more context around this story. And when it comes to Camille Luddington not addressing it, I don't think that that is anything sinister, because of course she's not going to address it. No one from the show will be allowed to address it. They will have been told in no uncertain terms, do not answer one question about this woman, because it is just a legal PR absolute nightmare. And there's nothing that they would be able to say that would make the situation better. Anything they would say would just make the situation worse, bring it all up again, and then there would be a ton of articles saying, Camille Luddington finally addresses the liar Elizabeth Finch. Shondaland has basically said she doesn't work here anymore. And that's kind of all they're ever going to say. I can't imagine they would, because even Anatomy of Lies, Kylie Donovan, all these other writers, none of them work at Grey's anymore. They're all former writers. And Camille Luddington and Jessica Capshaw did briefly address it on their podcast, but you will notice it was Jessica Capshaw who spoke, who is not on the show anymore, because anything on that podcast that even touches Grey's Anatomy goes through like ABC and the production and their legal and marketing and all of that stuff. So they will have absolutely been clear to that. And I think it says a lot that it was Jessica Capshaw that said it, which I will play that clip for you so you can hear it yourself.
It never occurred to me to not believe her.
And there's so many other things that were worked into the show. The character of Joe going to the mental health facility, Debbie Allen's character, Catherine Avery, the type of cancer, it's the same cancer that Elizabeth claimed to have. And there's so many other things in the show that was worked in. They found out everything Elizabeth had told them was a lie. She'd even shaved her head and was going to the bathroom and pretending to puke. She asked for extensions because she said she was too sick. She even at one stage had one of her friends driving her to the hospital every day for chemotherapy. The extent of these lies, out of control. And the thing is, she didn't technically do anything illegal. So there was really nothing the authorities could do. And of course, a big production like Grey's Anatomy, a network like ABC, they're not really going to comment too much on it. They ended up telling the writer's room, Krista Verna told everyone, I can't tell you how I know this, but Finch doesn't have cancer. And they put out a few little comments here and there. They did a whole investigation and asked her to, show that her medical records and things. But of course, she did own up to it. And she did put out an article basically saying some people drink, some people do drugs, I lie. And she has done a lot of other articles. And I did actually see, like 3 days ago, she put out a GoFundMe to try and raise money for the LA fires. And she's done so many other things. The only things that she didn't admit were lies was that the sexual harassment from someone on the Vampire Diaries and the stuff about her brother, who is alive and is a doctor in Florida. There was a ton of other stuff that she lied about. She even lied to her parents about all of this. And her mother had had breast cancer when Elizabeth was in college. Finch's wife, Jen, of course, got divorced, and she actually told her story to Vanity Fair. They did a 2-piece article about the whole story that was called Scene Stealer, The True Lies of Elizabeth Finch. There's a part 1 and a part 2. And of course, as always, they and all of the sources that I've used to make this video, every article, interview, video, they'll all be linked down below in the description box and the pinned comment. One of the last episodes that Elizabeth Finch ever wrote for Grey's Anatomy aired on March 5th, 2020. It was directed by Debbie Allen, and it was the 16th episode of the 16th season and was called Leave the Light On. The episode is the final episode for the character Alex Karev, played by Justin Chambers. Alex Karev was an absolute fan favorite, and the way he goes out is just sad. This was due to the actor abruptly leaving the show in a shroud of mystery. But before we discuss the reasons why Justin Chambers mysteriously left the show, let's discuss some other big exits, those of Sarah Ramirez, Jessica Capshaw, and Sarah Drew. Sarah Ramirez joined Grey's Anatomy as Dr. Callie Torres in a recurring role in season 2. So, with the exception of the show's first short season, they were there from pretty much the beginning of Grey's. They were up to main cast in season 3 and remained with the show through season 12. Callie was originally the love interest of Dr. Georgia O'Malley, but from season 4 onwards, her main love interest was Arizona Robbins, played by Jessica Capshaw, and their little couple ship name was Calzona. Now, as I said, I have loved Grey's since its 2005 premiere, especially the first 10 years, and at that time, there was practically no lesbian representation on TV. When I was growing up, there was little joke couples and representation like Carol and Susan on Friends. We did start to get representation like the WB show Buffy, where Willow and Tara were introduced, but that wasn't the main big networks. There was a show that came out just over a year before Grey's called The L Word that was on Showtime. So while that show was iconic and important and meant a lot to someone growing up who'd never seen themselves on TV like that, and the show then meant a lot again, as that is how I got my start on YouTube, but it wasn't a show that was on a mainstream network. It was at one point Showtime's most popular show, but it peaked at 1 million viewers. That's great, but it's nothing on Grey's Anatomy. For more about the L Word, which I absolutely love and absolutely hate, feel free to visit my original channel where I learned far too much about that show and its behind the scenes antics. Each of these videos that I do about TV shows behind the scenes, I swear they're all building to an L Word behind the scenes, because even if you don't watch that show, the stuff is so juicy that it's worth hearing. But anyway, my original channel also does have a little bit of Grey's and a bit of Station 19 with Maya and Karina, so I'll leave that link down below. So yes, we had the L Word and some other representation, but Cali in Arizona was something completely different, and having them on a huge show like Grey's was a really big deal. Well, until they got ruined anyway. I remember when Sara Ramirez was exiting the show and all of the controversy around it, because it was pretty bizarre the way it happened, and the ending to the character was horrendous. People were really angry about Callie's exit because it was written to not even be an exit. They were filming the season 12 finale at the end of April 2016, and after they finished filming the last scene, Sara posted a cryptic tweet that said, "That's a wrap for Dr. Callie Torres. Thank you all for an enriching and unforgettable roller coaster ride." That sounds like they're leaving the show, but no one, including Shonda Rhimes, the show's creator and showrunner, knew anything about this. Nothing had been announced, and there then was a slew of articles and fan speculations about whether Sara was really leaving the show, as people did know that their contract was set to expire at the end of season 12, as they'd only previously upped it for 2 years at the end of season 10, and obviously all of that came out in the press. Most people expected Sara's contract to be renewed, and 2 years ago, whenever the contract came up that time, Sara had posted a very similar cryptic tweet insinuating they were leaving the show. As I talk about in a lot of my videos, celebrities wield social media like a weapon. They know exactly what they're doing, and they're not like us that they know these tweets and anything they post is going out to a huge audience, especially someone who's on Grey's Anatomy for 10 years. They know that people are invested and watching. So when something like this is tweeted, maybe Sara wanted to tweet right as they finished that last scene, the second that they did. Or maybe when they did that last time, it helped them at the negotiating table and upping the money for their contract. Because as you continue on these shows as a series regular, just like Eric Dane said, you make more and more money. And when you're talking about one of the most successful shows of all time, a literal billion-dollar show, you're talking about a lot of money. It's why the studios in the beginning will have these long contracts for 5, 6, 7, 8 years. And then when they're re-upping contracts, they're always 1, 2 years. Because in the beginning, when someone's signing on for a new show, the studio wants to get them as cheap as possible. So they'll lock them into a cheap deal for 5, 6, 7 years and hope that the show's going to be a hit and they can make even more money while paying the actors a little bit less. People who've been in the business know that's what's going on and they can negotiate for them, or if they have a good manager. But a lot of younger actors might not know what they're doing. When it comes to contract negotiations, obviously the most famous example is the Friends cast. They knew what they were worth, and what they did was absolute genius. They banded together and demanded that they were all seen as equals and were paid the exact same. That's pretty much unheard of. Most people in Hollywood, especially actors that are on huge shows like Friends and Grey's, it's all a thing of, I want to be number one on the call sheet. I want to be higher than this person. I want to make more than this person. So they're always looking for bits of leverage. The Friends cast banding all together, that was power too, because it's the 6 of them. If one of them goes or one of them doesn't get what the others do, then they all go. So doing this sort of thing, tweeting to get possibly a fan reaction, can work. Maybe it worked for Sarah last time. Going directly to the network and asking for more money, what Ellen Pompeo did, that can work too. And we'll discuss more about Ellen Pompeo in a minute. Also, banding together like the Friends cast obviously works. But sometimes these things can backfire in their face. To use the L Word as an example, they did actually all band together at one point, and it worked out for some of them, but not all of them. This story about what actually happened with the L Word cast happened in 2005, but it didn't come out in 2023 when one of my friends, Jess Rothschild, who has the Hot Takes and Deep Dives podcast, her and I found out about it and then spoke about it on one of my lives. When the L Word started on Showtime, Jennifer Beals was the biggest star. People told her not to do the show actually at the time and said if she played a lesbian, she'd never work again. So because she was taking on this big risk and was the lead of the show, she got a very big salary. They went with a mostly unknown cast for the rest of the cast, and although there were some people that were unknown but had connections, like Kate Manning, who was Gwyneth Paltrow's cousin, and also the cousin of Rebecca Newman, who's Adam Newman's wife from WeWork. I have a couple of videos about WeWork if you're interested in that too. And Kate and the rest of the cast, they were pretty unknown. So when it came time to re-up their contracts, Jennifer Beals suggested to them, even though she had a different deal, she said to the younger cast, who were all pretty equal, that they, for season 3, should all band together and demand that they get a raise and it's equal for everyone. But when they went to the network saw this as aggressive, and they knew that they couldn't lose all of them, so they gave them the raises. But the network didn't want them to think that they were the ones in charge. So while they did get the money, there was a stipulation that one of them had to be fired to make up for the losses. So they killed off one of the leads in an out of nowhere storyline where over the course of a few episodes, they're diagnosed with breast cancer and pass away very quickly. It's still one of the most controversial storylines and the one that the showrunner regrets. So these things can backfire. It's unclear whether that's what happened with Sarah Ramirez or whether they were just done with the show. They could have possibly wanted more money, as I said, and they just didn't get that offer. When Sarah has spoken about the show in recent years, they did talk about it being their decision and wanting out. But Grey's Anatomy's NDAs are pretty ironclad, and if it was about them not getting the increase that they wanted, they're obviously not going to say that. If they did want to leave, maybe it was the case of asking for a higher figure and thinking, well, if I get this big amount, it'll be worth staying on because it will be really worth it. But if they don't give it to me, I'm done anyway. It's no skin off my nose, especially as it seemed they weren't a fan of what was going on with their character. And I can't say I blame them for that because I wasn't either. If I had to place a bet, that's probably what I think it was. Let me put this crazy number on the table. If they take it, I'll push through for 2 years. But if not, it's cool. I'm out. I'm kind of done anyway. Because Grey's Anatomy, they were on it for 10 years. 10 years of wild money. Because Grey's is a 22 to 24 episodes a year show. But also with Grey's Anatomy, they will be making even more money than the per episode money for syndication rights, streaming, and international rights. Shows nowadays, I mean, most of them don't have these huge episode counts. Even shows that are successful, they don't go to 100 episodes, which is what you usually have to get to for syndication. That's why it's such a big deal, because that is the mark of, okay, we can sell it to syndication. And streaming, there isn't really residuals. I mean, that was what the whole strike was about. And it just isn't the same anymore. Shows like Friends and ER and even up to The Office, those shows, if you get one good show like that, Leah Remini has spoken about this for the King of Queens. You get one good show that you're on for a good amount of years, that sets you up for life. But Grey's Anatomy, it's a different beast. I cannot imagine the money that they get. Even writers, I know someone who was a writer on Grey's Anatomy, and they were telling me that you might get 40 or 50K for your script, but you're looking at like 200 to 250K from the episode syndication and streaming and all of those things. So for a month, no one knew, is Callie leaving the show or not? And the episodes, as they get closer to the end of the season, there's really not a huge gap between what they're filming and what's airing. So a lot of people were thinking, how's this going to wrap up? There doesn't seem to be a lot of time. And a lot of people were hoping that Callie and Arizona would get back together. But instead, the Grey's Anatomy season 12 finale aired, and Sarah tweeted out, "I'm deeply grateful for spending the last 10 years with my family at Grey's Anatomy and ABC. But for now, I'm taking some welcome time off. Shonda has been incredible to work for, and we will definitely continue our conversations. I send my love to Ellen, the rest of the cast and crew, and I look forward to always being a part of the Shondaland family." When Sarah has spoken about their time on Grey's over the last 10 years since they left, they talk about it not being the happiest of times. There was a chance for the character of Callie to get a proper wrap up 2 years later at the end of season 14, when Jessica Capshaw's character Arizona was going to leave the show. Sarah Ramirez at the time was working for CBS. Shonda Rhimes said that they reached out to Sarah for Jessica Capshaw's last episode and asked them to come back, but CBS wouldn't let Sarah out of their contract and said that it didn't work schedule-wise. But Sarah said they didn't ask them to come back. Jessica Capshaw was leaving the show because she was fired and given pretty much 3 days notice, and she wasn't the only one. Sarah Drew, who played April Kepner, was also fired from the show. On March 8th, 2018, International Women's Day, Jessica Capshaw and Sarah Drew were let go very abruptly. At the start of that season, Krista Verna had taken over as showrunner from Shonda Rhimes, and her ideas for the show didn't include Sarah Drew and Jessica Capshaw. Krista Vernon said, "As writers, our job is to follow the stories where they want to go, and sometimes that means saying goodbye to characters we love. It's been a joy and a privilege to work with these phenomenally talented actresses." Krista Vernon had decided not to offer Capshaw and Drew new contracts, as both of their contracts were up at the end of that season. Jessica had been on the show for 10 seasons, and Sarah had been on for 9 seasons. Both Sarah and Jessica were pretty blindsided by this. As I said, they only had a few days' notice, and they both released statements on their Instagram on March 8th, 2018. Jessica wrote, "For the past 10 years, I've had the rare privilege of not only playing Arizona Robbins, but also being madly in love with playing her. She was one of the first members of the LGBTQ community to be represented in a series regular role on network television. Her impact on the world is permanent and forever. I am grateful that I have gotten to bring her to life and for the life that she has brought to me. I'm so sad to see her go, but I'm consoled by the idea that she will continue to live on and on in all of our consciousness and our imaginations. Shonda, thank you for the ride on this incredible roller coaster." And Sarah Drew's statement read, "I haven't really had time to process the information. I've been with it for less than 48 hours, so I'm not ready to say my thank yous and give all-encompassing statement about my 9 years here. I love you and I love April, and her story isn't over yet." There was quite the uproar, so in addition to saying that their stories were over, which That's never the case. If that was true, then Grey's Anatomy would have ended like 15 years ago. Everybody's story's been done like 5 times. But Krista Vernon also said that there was too many regulars, and that was the reason they weren't renewing Jessica and Sarah's contracts. To say the actresses and fans were surprised and angry would be an understatement. The actresses both seemed genuinely devastated, and they've both gone on to speak at fan conventions about how upset they were when they got the news. Jessica spoke about her saddest day being when she filmed her final scene for the show.
Which scene was the most difficult and most emotional to film? It'll make everyone sad. No, not the plane crash. No, genuinely sad. My last scene. Like, that I filmed, like just knowing that I was going and, it's 10 years and that, and we were all together, so it was very warm and loving but sad when something's
Both Jessica and Sarah were very classy in their statements, but as I always say, social media is wielded like a weapon. They were very particular about who they thanked, and you'll notice there was no mention of Krista Vernon in either of their statements, the current showrunner of Grey's Anatomy. I think Jessica Capshaw is probably someone who is extremely well versed in saying things without saying things and how to behave in Hollywood and take the high road, given that she is the stepdaughter of Steven Spielberg. Fans were even more outraged when the season 14 finale actually aired because Arizona and April were both given garbage finales and conclusions. My bias is definitely going to come out here. Well, it's already out because Arizona was my favorite character. I'm a lesbian cliche, but I did really like Kepner too. And it was a knife twist when characters of 9 and 10 years were given pretty much no conclusion. After Sarah and Jessica were fired for having too many characters and their stories being over, Krista Vernon then brought back another regular, Kim Raver, who plays Teddy Altman, whose story was definitely over, and they were brought back as a regular even though they had left Grey's to pursue other opportunities. Vernon then brought on a number of new male lead characters, meaning that there actually ended up being more lead characters, so people were really confused by her comments, especially when she brought in another of her friends, this time someone completely new, a completely new character, Chris Carmack, who ended up playing Link. There's been a lot of speculation about the fact that it was Jessica Capshaw and Sarah Drew's character that were chosen to be axed because they had a lot of other people whose contracts were up for renewal too. Jessica and Sarah were the two female characters who were created when Krista Vernon was not on the show. So the speculation was that Vernon had no attachment to these characters and she wasn't familiar with their lore. Krista Vernon was a writer on Grey's from 2007 to 2011, but she then left the show, and in 2012 she joined Showtime and was a writer and a co-executive producer on the series Shameless. Shonda Rhimes then enlisted Krista Vernon to return to Grey's at the beginning of season 14 with complete creative control. Both Arizona Robbins and April Kepner joined the show when Krista Vernon wasn't on Grey's Anatomy. They joined when she was writing for Shameless. Shonda Rhimes sought Vernon out because Shonda had just signed a very big deal with Netflix and was leaving ABC. And the current showrunner of Grey's, Stacey McKee, was moving to be the showrunner of the new Grey's Anatomy spinoff, Station 19. Krista Vernon did actually go on 2 years later in 2019 to be the showrunner of both Grey's and Station 19 when McKee left. And from 2019 until 2023, Vernon was the showrunner of both. We'll talk a little bit more about Krista Vernon throughout the rest of the chapters when we're talking about Shonda and Ellen and Pay and everything like that, because she's a very not even polarizing. She's a very talked about figure in the Grey's Anatomy universe, and a lot of fans have a lot of questions and concerns about the direction the show was in under her leadership, because after this season 14 debacle, the next season, still in 2018, there was another knife twist when one of the final remaining characters from the pilot of Grey's was written out in what could only be described as a glorified PowerPoint presentation. This chapter is a bit of a deep dive, as Justin Chambers leaving the show is still kind of a mystery, and it was such a bizarre exit. Alex Karev, played by Justin Chambers, was one of the original 5 characters and interns, which fans often referred to as the Magic Era: Meredith, Alex, George, Izzy, and Christina. Over the 16 years that Justin Chambers was on the show, he and his character became absolute fan favorites. People really loved Alex's relationship with both Meredith and Arizona Robbins. Meredith and Alex became each other's person, which is a phrase that Grey's kind of uses to be meaning someone's best friend, but more than that. And if you told fans in season 1 how Karev would end up being on the show and how much viewers would love him, they wouldn't believe you. Karev being Arizona's prodigy and becoming an amazing pediatric surgeon just made him even more loved than him just being Meredith's person. And that's why it was another exit from the show that just really stung fans, especially because how poorly Karev's final exit was done. The timeline is a bit strange on this one, so just to break it down, Justin Chambers has his final appearance on Grey's at the end of November 2019 in the 8th episode of the 16th season. My Shot is the episode's name. He has his last physical appearance, and he is defending Meredith in court when she's trying to retain her medical license. Then the show goes on break for its usual winter hiatus, and this usually happens from Thanksgiving to the 2nd or 3rd week in January, so there's no episodes during that time. Just before the show comes back at the end of January, on January 10th, 2020, Justin Chambers puts out an announcement that he is leaving Grey's Anatomy. And then all these articles start to come out saying his last episode has already happened. So fans were kind of confused and angry and saying, well, what's going to happen? Because his character just was absent in the last episode they saw. The show starts up at the end of January, and for the next 2 months, nothing is really said about Alex. He's just visiting his mom in Ohio. Even his new wife, Jo, doesn't really know what's going on. Then on March 14th, 2020, the episode Leave the Light On aired, and fans were dying to know what was going to happen and how this character was going to be wrapped up. The episode did not actually feature the character at all. Instead, there was a voiceover by Justin Chambers where his character read 3 letters that were sent to his wife Jo, his best friend Meredith, and Miranda Bailey, who was both his boss, the chief of surgery, and the resident he was assigned to when he was an intern all the way back in season 1. Through the letters, both the fans and the characters on the show, including Alex's wife, were told he wasn't going to come back to Seattle. He was now going to live on a farm with Izzy Stevens, Katherine Heigl's character, who hadn't been on the show in 10 years, and that Izzy had had twins that were born from an embryo that Izzy and Alex froze back in season 5 of the show when Izzy was going through treatment for her cancer. The only footage shown during this last episode were overlit stock footage and what kind of looked like a PowerPoint of their children and just random locations. In the opening of Alex's final episode, he talks about how he only got this amazing job and the opportunity to be a surgeon at the hospital because of a huge lie that he told. When he applied to Seattle Grace Hospital for his internship, he wrote in his application that his grades weren't the best in medical school because while he was in school, he had gone through treatment for testicular cancer and had lost a testicle. It's said that writers often draw inspiration from their own lives, so it's no surprise to hear that this episode of Grey's Anatomy was one of the last episodes of Grey's that Elizabeth Finch ever wrote before she herself was found out for faking cancer. I am kind of in two minds about this departure as a longtime Grey's fan because I do think that the character had come so far and he would just not really do something like this. He just upped and left, and I just think it was a terrible final episode and final string of episodes for someone that had been on the show for 16 years. I do think that there is precedence for him doing anything for Izzy, and I did like how they did actually freeze the embryos in season 5. It wasn't like they just pulled it out of nowhere or said it happened off screen, and I did think it was a nice touch to also have Richard Webber kind of draw on his own experience of when he had an affair with Meredith's mother and she had a daughter that Richard didn't know about, and saying how if he knew about the daughter, he would have wanted to raise her and it would have changed his decision. So he understands that when Alex found out that Izzy did have his kids and he saw his kids, that he decided to leave Seattle and Joe and go and stay with Izzy and the kids, because Alex talks about how he wanted to raise his kids not like how he was raised without a father. And I do think that that also speaks to what we know about Alex, because he grew up with a mother with mental health issues, that he had to step in for his siblings a lot, something that I definitely relate to. Actually, one of my favorite moments on Grey's is a scene that Bailey acknowledges how impressive it was that Karev did become a doctor.
A junkie dad, crackpot mom, and somehow Karev still became a doctor. I'm not easily impressed, but I'm impressed.
Chandra Wilson is a great actress too, so this is just one of many moments where she really shines in the series, and you'll notice she's not talked about in this video because she is an unproblematic queen. So why did they have to make this decision? Why did Justin Chambers only do a voiceover after being absent for so many episodes? And why did they announce his departure 2 months after his last in-person appearance, even though there was no episodes airing, and 2 months before this voiceover episode? The short answer is no one knows absolutely. There is, of course, the usual PR answer that people give who were forced off the show or stormed off the show, which is, I wanted to leave for other opportunities, but we know that's not true. Justin Chambers did talk about how Grey's had become a bit of an actor factory job a little bit before he left. He felt like he was punching in and punching out. And I guess that depends what you want as an actor. Some actors would hate to play the same character for 16 years, but as I mentioned earlier, a lead on a show is pretty much the most secure thing you can have as an actor. And to be a lead on one of the biggest shows of all time, being paid obscene money, which after 16 years, his salary must have been astronomical, and the residuals, which are a lot, especially on a show like Grey's. And as I said before, the residuals for something like this, the streaming and DVD and rights, that money is coming in not just now, but it's coming in for decades. You also have summers off and Christmases off, and it's a really attractive package to an actor like Justin Chambers, who has a big family. He has 5 kids, and you want to go to your work, do your work, and leave. He's not someone that really is getting followed by paparazzi, maybe in the beginning a little bit, but not so much now. After 16 years, he could totally have been fed up. And when you've made that crazy money for so long and you're kind of guaranteed money through the obscene residual checks forever, you can just walk away and be done. That makes sense to some degree, but what doesn't make sense is an abrupt departure. So abrupt that it happens when you have almost 2 years left on your contract, as Chambers was contracted through the end of season 17. You also leave so abruptly that your departure is announced after you leave in your final episode. So while it definitely is possible he was done, it doesn't seem like that was the case because of the way it all happened. He also has only done 2 projects to date in the last 5-6 years since he left Grey's. Chambers has been open about having substance use issues and sleep issues that he has previously gone to get help for. There actually is a paparazzi video where Katherine Heigl finds out about Justin Chambers going into treatment. This happened in early 2008, and the video does seem to be scrubbed from the internet. It happened when Katherine Heigl and her mom were out shopping, and the paparazzi are like following them, and one of them asks for comment from Katherine about Justin going into treatment, and she says that's not true. And they said, oh yeah, it is. And you see her go in to like a glass front store and make a phone call and then start crying on the phone. When Chambers left the show, there were a lot of sources who spoke about him wanting to work on his mental health and also about him going into treatment as soon as he left the show. There are quite a few other things that just are strange that happened around the time he left the show. There hasn't been any other comment from Grey's or ABC about when he left the show, but I don't find that surprising because Grey's certainly learned after the first couple of years that it's better just to say nothing. But there are a lot of other things that happened when Chambers was leaving the show that definitely raised some flags. Some of this stuff has come out from people who work behind the scenes because, as I've mentioned in videos a lot, naturally, there's so many people working on the show and leave the show that these things always do come out in some way. And I will get into some other interesting little bits of info in the next chapter that haven't gone mainstream. But quite a few people from behind the scenes of Grey's have alleged that there were issues that arose when Krista Vernon took over the show as the showrunner. There were issues that escalated allegedly through season 14 and 15. There's also been quite a few rumors about Justin Chambers and Camilla Luddington, who played his wife Jo Wilson on Grey's. There was speculation that something went on between them. They were spotted out quite a few times at bars by paparazzis holding hands, and there was someone who sent a tip to Dumois that said they had some sort of affair, but I have heard from a lot of people that that wasn't true. A few people I know that did work on the Grey set that told me that wasn't true did say that there was something that went down with them, but it definitely wasn't an affair, and that very, very few people know all of the details, which is extremely frustrating. And believe me, I have dug and asked and pestered, and there's something. I'm going to show you a few other things that just indicate something. And I hate putting things like this in the video where there is no this is what I think happened, but there's definitely something amiss here. Aside from everything that we mentioned, leaving mid-season, mid-contract, no proper exit, blah, 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 when Justin Chambers left the show, he thanked Shonda Rhimes, Ellen Pompeo, Chandra Wilson, and James Pickens. He didn't thank the current showrunner, Krista Vernon, and again, as I always mention, these little social media things, this is sometimes the only way that they can say anything. When it came to everyone else's statement from the show, The other cast and writers, producers, everyone, well, not that many people said anything in the first place. And the only people who said anything mentioned the character of Alex Karev, not Justin Chambers departing the show. They didn't even say his name or mention him. Even Ellen Pompeo, who is very close friends with Justin Chambers, they even were friends before Grey's Anatomy. She just retweeted things saying things like, truer words have never been spoken, when Vanity Fair would say things like, oh, you know, a big piece of Grey's Anatomy is leaving. It never mentioned his name. Even more interestingly, ABC and Krista Vernon declined to comment or make a statement, and any time over the last 5 years that Krista Vernon has been asked about his departure, she has declined to comment at all. She was even asked at a fan event fairly recently and said she wouldn't be commenting on Justin Chambers or his departure from Grey's. Justin Chambers never posts on social media. He barely has any pictures on his Instagram, and yet on January 31st, 2023, he posted a little coffee cup with a Grey's Anatomy sleeve on it, and this was posted exactly 1 week after Krista Vernon said she was stepping down as the showrunner of Grey's Anatomy. When it comes to Camilla Luddington, who played his wife in the show, she is an actor who you kind of love to see on a big show like this. She seems genuinely to love Grey's and her character. She posts tons of pictures and clips. She's also best friends with Jessica Capshaw, and they have a podcast together even now where they talk about lots of things, but they do talk about Grey stuff now and again, and I will share a really funny story in the next chapter about them. Camilla was also a very vocal supporter of her character Jo and Alex's relationship. She was always posting behind the scenes pictures with Justin Chambers. She posted quite a lot of like group shots and them filming shots, but really the only people she posted pictures, just the two of them with, were Justin Chambers and Jessica Capshaw, her best friend. But then just before Justin Chambers left the show, she stopped following him on social media and stopped following Ellen Pompeo, Justin Chambers' very close friend, and Camilla Luddington follows everyone from the show. And I know some people will say things like, oh, that's just who they're following, like who cares? But celebrities, it's different than us normal people. They know people have hawk eyes on this and are looking at everything. And as I've mentioned in videos before, it is done intentionally. These people know what they're doing, and this is sometimes the only little bit of control they have. If there was some sort of NDA done, or if they're told certain things about social media, like, oh, you can post this, you can't post that, nobody's going to put in a contract, you have to follow this person on social media. So sometimes really that is all they can do to kind of show in any way that they're not on board with someone or someone did something to slight them. And sometimes these things that can slight them or these unfollows can be done for the most ridiculous and asinine reasons. Ellen Pompeo actually stopped following Camilla Luddington first, and obviously Ellen Pompeo isn't really on the show much now. She's only on the show a handful of times a season, but from when Justin Chambers left, or just before, Ellen Pompeo and Camilla Luddington were never in scenes together, ever. Maybe there was like one small one that I've missed, but it's very odd as they used to have a lot of them. And I know, just like the unfollow thing, people will say, oh, well, look, they took a picture on this red carpet event together and they're smiling, but they're celebrities. They know if people are watching red carpet events or interviews or promotional pictures, they know that they have to look to get on, or they have to put smiles on for pictures, because they know if they look miserable or they snub someone, it will blow up into this huge thing. And especially where you're on a show where it's the same people all the time. Grey's is $1 billion show, and ABC executives, they'd be on them like a ton of bricks if there's rumors of feuds and things, because look what happened in the first 10 years of Grey's. Also, these people are actors, and most of the time they're putting on a performance anytime you're seeing them in the media. To give you an example of one, how fake this stuff can be, and also how ridiculous these slights can be. If you look at my last video about Desperate Housewives, I talked about this alleged feud between Terry Hatcher and the rest of the cast, and Terry Hatcher allegedly being a bully to Eva Longoria and the rest of the cast, and how, yes, no one ever said Terry Hatcher is the bully that is referenced by everyone who ever worked on Desperate Housewives. You look at interviews from the showrunners, they talk about a bully. Eva Longoria has done tons of media about a bully, but nobody ever said it was Terry Hatcher. And as I mentioned in that video too, fans will pull up pictures and pull up smiling videos of them all and say, oh, it can't be this person because they're smiling here and everything seems fine. But when I put that video out, I had someone from the show reach out to me, and they asked to be anonymous and asked for their job to be anonymous too, because they said it would be very easy to figure out who it was based on everything they told me. And they spent a lot of hours talking to me, and they confirmed everything. Terry Hatcher was the bully. Terry Hatcher was a nightmare. And they even told me what the whole origin of the issue with the cast was, and the whole Vanity Fair explosion, especially with Marsha Cross and Terry Hatcher being very angry when they got to the Vanity Fair shoot. And according to the person I spoke to from the show, they said that when they were shooting the pilot, because they didn't know it was going to be a huge hit and it's a very tight budget when you're shooting pilots, that they had Terry Hatcher and Marsha Cross sharing a makeup person. And so Terry Hatcher was shooting her scene first, so the makeup person did her makeup, and Marsha Cross arrived to set barefaced like the usual case. And whenever it was time to do Marsha's makeup, because her scenes were up next, Terry was getting annoyed because she said she needed the makeup person to come with her to do touch-ups while the scene was being shot. And the makeup person, who is obviously just doing their job, was saying, well, I have to do Marsha's makeup because she has nothing on and her scene is next. So they got into a huge argument about this. And according to the person from the show, that is the genesis of the entire issues and the whole Vanity Fair blow up. So things like that are so small can turn into these huge things, because you're talking about actors, especially established ones that have egos and issues, and when there's money and all of this stuff involved, it just can get really out of control. And to give you an example about a small slight that had big consequences on the Grey's Anatomy set, there was an actress on the show called Jerrica Hinton. And Jerrica Hinton ended up exiting the show because allegedly Ellen Pompeo didn't like that Jerrica was taking a lot of pictures and like Polaroids on the set and posting them on social media without asking Ellen. So she didn't want her to continue on the show. And Jerrica even got another job with a Shonda project, because when you have someone that's been the star of a show for 20 years and they're a producer and they have this insane, huge $20 million deal, they have a lot of power. And sometimes you have to do these dumb things to keep them happy. And as we'll go into in just one second, sometimes people are let go from Grey's Anatomy over the dumbest things. I know the story about Justin Chambers' exit leaves things up in the air and a ton of threads, and I hate doing that. I hate when there's not even just, this seems to be what happened.
Okay, jumping in with some last threads, because you guys know I'm always researching up to last second, and I do hope to post this today, and I also am always still pestering people if I have any connection to people from the show or something. So I forgot to mention one thing before I get into the thing I want to discuss, but this thing that I forgot relates to it. Camilla Luddington has said the first time she ever read that letter was when she was on camera.
It was a really hard scene to film, and here's why. I'll tell you really quick. The camera is, you can see on the show, the camera's doing a 360 around me like this, and they did not let me read the letter until I was on camera. And so you're seeing the real reaction of me reading it for the first time and the divorce papers. Yeah, it was really fun. And so my tears, that day was a lot. It was a really hard day. It was very emotional. Screw him.
And do I think that's strange to withhold stuff from actors? In some situations, no. When The Office was wrapping up, there was a situation where one of the characters, Jim, gave a letter to his wife, Pam, that was from years and years ago, and the audience never find out what the letter says, but when the character is reading it to herself on camera, the actors came out and said that what the actress Jenna Fisher was actually reading was a letter that John Krasinski, who was playing her husband, he had written a letter like as himself, John, to Jenna saying like, oh, it's been so great working with you all these years and, you know, having this couple and all this stuff. And it was a really nice thing. But that's different. That's between the actors and like wanting this real emotion because it's a genuine letter from the other actor. She's not even acting with anyone. It just was a odd decision. But the thing I want to discuss is when I went to pull that clip, I noticed it was Jessica Capshaw's face that seemed to give something away. So I'm not one of those people that like is into body language or anything. Actually, the very first day of like undergrad, not even grad school, they kind of tell you a lot of that is pseudoscience. It's not really based in like reality or science a lot of the time. So I'm not saying that, you know, this has anything to do with that. It's more just the reaction and like glances and things between them. Because as a lesbian, I have a PhD in eye contact and glances between women. But when Camilla Luddington is telling the story about it being the first time she saw this letter, Jessica Capshaw like interjects and she has this like little reaction go across her face that to me is, why the fuck would they do that?
Real reaction of me reading it for the first time and the divorce papers. Yeah, it was really fun. And so my tears, that day was a lot. It was a really hard day.
It continues a little bit. And then right whenever Camilla Luddington is saying, screw him, you see this little like look between the two of them. And I know that look. That is the look that you give your friend whenever you are somewhere around other people and you are saying something that is meaning more than what you can say in front of other people.
Screw him.
So maybe she is just talking about Alex, but she could also be talking about Justin Chambers when she's saying screw him. There just is something more here. I mean, if you go back and look at their interviews or how they were, and even just like social media, which obviously can be deceiving a lot of the time, just everything about the way that the relationship between Camilla and Justin and the way she spoke about the character and stuff. And then looking at it now, it just seems so different. And it's the same with Ellen Pompeo. As I said, Camilla stopped following both of them just before Justin left the show. She has no scenes with Ellen Pompeo like anymore. Like they don't interact anything. And prior to Justin leaving the show, she didn't post Ellen so much like on her Instagram grid, but there was tons of stories and everything, and it was always Jessica Capshaw, Ellen Pompeo, and Camilla Luddington. And like even people on like fan forums and stuff used to call them like the trio and stuff. They used to get interviewed together all the time.
Maybe Chambers.
Yeah, I was gonna go ahead.
Yeah, it does. Yeah. We love
in the best way.
So there's just such a shift, and I just think there was way more being said in that little interview there. I know some people will disagree with me and I probably sound a little bit unhinged, but I would love to know everyone's take. So back to past me. Those things that I mentioned, those little flags, especially when added all together, there's just something more there. It's very suspicious. And who knows if we'll ever find out what happened. I really hope we do. I hope someone does some sort of tell-all, but
Justin Chambers hasn't really said anything. Although he hasn't said anything, there are other exits from the show where the actors have been much more forthright about how slighted they were by ABC and Grey's Anatomy producers. Before Callie in Arizona, there was Callie and Erica Hahn. Erica Hahn was a character who popped up every now and again on Grey's for the first couple of seasons and then became a recurring character and became Callie's love interest. When Callie and Hahn got together, neither of them had been with a woman before. And after they spent the night together, Hahn had this really famous speech where she talked about how she kind of didn't know what she was missing. And it's this very famous speech about leaves.
When I was a kid, they said that I needed glasses. I didn't understand that. It didn't make sense to me because I could see fine. And then I get the glasses and I'm in the car on the way home. The big green blobs that I had been staring at my whole life, they weren't big green blobs. They were leaves. You are glasses.
And even though the speech is a little bit cheesy, especially as someone who was coming out around this time as like a late teen, 2021, this is absolutely how I felt. I used to tell like my friends and stuff that, yeah, anytime that I'd ever had to pretend to like a guy and I'd listen to my friends talk about it, I used to just like be so confused that they could care so much. And I just was like, oh yeah, I guess that I like, you know, Matt LeBlanc or someone else I pulled out of thin air. David Boreanaz was normally what I went with. But when I moved to Tampa and started dating my first girlfriend when I was 16 and a junior in high school at an all-girls school, Academy of the Holy Names, which had a very high proportion of lesbians that, you know, Kaylee McEnany also went there, and I was the first ever lesbian that she knew, so that's also a claim to fame. But that was absolutely how I felt, like the leaves thing. I used to say to my friends, oh, like now that I've dated a girl, I know what people are like talking about, and I know what people are saying in love songs and how people feel in movies and stuff. And again, that's super cheesy, but it was a moment of, oh, this is like what people are talking about. This is what like love and like liking someone is. It's not pretending. It does suck what happened to the actress because she's been pretty open about what happened. Brooke Smith is her name, and she basically was walking out of set. When she tells the story, she talks about having her key to her Prius in her hand, and they just came up to her and said, oh, we are going to write you off the show. And she was kind of blindsided and said, okay, when? And they said, oh, you know, right now, this is your last episode that you just filmed. And according to Brooke Smith, this is according to the head of ABC Entertainment, Stephen McPherson, he apparently didn't like her character. And while there is like a lot of control that the showrunner and writers has, and I'm sure especially Shonda Rhimes, who had so many successful shows and was responsible for Grey's and huge at ABC, there are certain things that, and I think a lot of people forget this when they blame showrunners and stuff, which they do warrant a lot of blame a lot of the time, but a lot of the network executives, if they say something like that, like this character, get them out of here, or you are going to kill this character off, you're not going to kill this character off, or these people are going to end up together, these aren't. The network executives are the ones that kind of have the be all and say all. And so Brooke Smith has spoken about how she believes, or she was told, that it was this Stephen McPherson that said, get her out of here. But he has refuted that, and his comment was kind of nasty. He basically was saying that she just was blaming it on him for her own shortcomings with the show. There also are a lot of other characters who were just cut loose from the show with not really any sort of decorum. A lot of the transplants from Mercy West that came over with Jackson and April, they were unceremoniously killed off in the season 7 finale, where it's the shooting episode, and a lot of them were literally ruthlessly killed in that finale. And most of them found out at the table read, which you'd think someone would have pulled them aside before and said it. And over the years, there's been a lot of new interns that add on to the show. A lot of them were just kind of told at the table read, well, told when they're reading the script that this is the end of their run. And then there's a lot of budgetary cuts too. So in the beginning of the show, there was a lot of scenes at Joe's bar, which was across the street, well, in the show, across the street from the hospital. And they used to have all these scenes that, you know, the interns would go over, and they would have like the real conversations and like talking about the romantic relationships and things like that. And the actor who played Joe, Stephen Bailey, he started asking for more money as the show was getting more popular, and he started noticing they were using him less and less, and sometimes they'd have scenes in the bar but they wouldn't show him. And then they started switching those scenes to the elevator, and he was saying that they realized, we don't need to have this set of the bar, we don't need to pay all these background actors, we don't need to pay Joe to be behind the bar, we can put this 2-minute scene of these two characters talking, or these two love interests talking, and just put it in the elevator at the hospital. They don't even need to put background actors or nothing. It's literally a blank wall in an elevator. So that's a lot of money saved. So they started doing that, and the elevator was one of the really famous things about the early seasons of the show. One of the other really big departures that hit fans and seemed to come out of nowhere and had a lot of animosity around the departure was the character of DeLuca. The character was killed in a stabbing, and he was actually killed off on the other show, Station 19. When the Greys episode was happening with him, the cast did the table read, and nobody knew at the end of the episode if he was going to live or not. They left it up in the air, and they didn't tell anyone on the show because they didn't want leaks and things. And so the actor was really one of those actors like Camilla Luddington who seemed to really love being on the show. He actually got a tattoo of his character's time of death, and people were really angry when he was taken out of the show because he hadn't been on it for like ages. He was on it for quite a few years, but he really became like a fan favorite too. I like DeLuca because he gave us his sister Karina DeLuca, and Karina was on Grey's to begin with, and then she transferred over to Station 19, and then she was in a relationship with one of the firefighters, Maya, who they ended up being in a relationship for years and years on Station 19. Their little like ship name was Marina, and it was Maya and Karina, so they were really popular as well. They were the other popular like lesbian ship apart from Calzona. And so finally, we'll discuss Meredith Grey herself and the actress who plays her, Ellen Pompeo. Sorry you're seeing me in so many different outfits. I've been sick while I've been making this video, so my voice only lasts for so long, so that is the explanation. Ellen Pompeo is one of the most unique and interesting TV show leads of all time. When she signed on to Grey's, she was pretty unknown, so just before we dive into Ellen Pompeo, I really want to tell you one funny story that will literally take 20-30 seconds. I just couldn't fit it in anywhere else, and it's about Jessica Capshaw and Camilla Luddington, who, as I mentioned before, have a podcast. They're like best friends, and it's just a funny story, and I talk about so much drama here and not positive things because, let me tell you, people are not interested in the positive things. So this is just a silly story that I think is really funny, and they did share this on their podcast. When I say they're best friends, I do mean it legitimately, as far as I can tell anyway, it does seem like they are actual best friends, not the usual like fake Hollywood, oh yes, we're very close, we work together. They don't seem to just do the podcast together. They do a ton of fan events where they like travel a lot together, and they do lots of social media stuff together. They're together a lot. And last night when I was like editing really late, I actually saw that Jessica Capshaw had like put this little comment on Camilla Luddington's video that she'd posted with some other friends like taking shots, and she'd written, oh, you have other friends. I think stuff like that is like cute when celebrities do it, you know, because it's obviously done in the lens of, oh, we're showing fans, because obviously they can just text each other this stuff and they're aware of how many people are watching. So when Camilla Luddington first started on Grey's, she and Jessica Capshaw did not get on, and Jessica Capshaw really didn't like her in the beginning because there was one day that it was Camilla Luddington's like first time that she was ever going to be at a table read. She just started on Grey's. She was really excited. And as I said before, she posts a lot on social media. So Shonda Rhimes had gotten like one of those burger food trucks for the set. And Camilla Luddington went out and like took a picture of the truck and posted it on one of her Instagram stories and said something like, oh, thanks to Shonda Rhimes, you know, for getting us burgers or something. And I can't actually show it to you because it's been scrubbed, because Jessica Capshaw came storming into the table read and she was like, who took this? And she had like one of the fan sites up where they posted the picture, and it was the food truck, and then in the background you just saw Jessica Capshaw with like 2 burgers, and she was like eating one like massive like wide open mouth and had like the other one in her hand, and all the fans were like sharing it all over social media. And so Camilla Luddington was like, I died whenever I realized it was me, and I was like furiously deleting it because of course fans are going to be like, oh, Camilla Luddington shared this, like check it out. So I just thought that was a really dumb funny story to share. As we've established throughout this video, Grey's is a juggernaut, and right at the center of it is Meredith Grey, played by Ellen Pompeo. Putting aside the show's success, Meredith Grey is not the typical show lead. While yes, the show is about Meredith Grey, Grey's Anatomy, her story is central, but it's really the characters that orbit her world. She does step aside to let others shine through the show. Especially in earlier seasons, you were much more likely to hear people answer things like, who's your favorite character? With answers like Christina or Bailey rather than Meredith. I think there were a lot of reasons for this. One, it was a very big ensemble cast, but also in the beginning, ABC making it so clear that Patrick Dempsey was the big draw and the star probably contributed to that. There was also things like Katherine Heigl was the one who was booking movie roles and winning awards, and Sandra Oh was always the one that was praised in reviews for her performances. Over the last 20 years, Ellen Pompeo has not done any projects outside of Grey's and its spin-offs, other than one Taylor Swift music video and a few episodes of Doc McStuffins, the kids show. There's no one else in Hollywood who has that resume. Most people, when they get a successful show, start branching out into movie roles if they can, and other shows if they can't do movies. You never really hear much about Ellen when it comes to paparazzi too. The only sort of gossipy stuff that ever really gets discussed is about her husband and their relationship and infidelity. It does seem as though she has been just solely dedicated to Grey's and not really interested in going out and being seen at places, getting paparazzi shots, because as I talk about in a lot of other videos, you know, there's people know that, oh, if I go here, I'm going to get photographed, and most people aren't being followed around by paparazzi. A lot of that stuff is staged. And even in the beginning, when a lot of her castmates did have legitimate interest from paparazzi and were getting interviews and photographed for things, she didn't really seem that interested even then. And she actually did a little trick that Daniel Radcliffe borrowed from her, where he did this when he was performing on Broadway, but she did it on the Grey set, where she used to wear the exact same thing to the Grey set every single day, because after a few days, the pictures basically become worthless. And after a while, the paparazzi stop bothering, basically. One great thing I've always heard about her is that no matter what, she has always time for fans, especially younger fans, and actually has time, not the fake we're in front of cameras so I'll be nice to fans sense. I've heard she really does go out of her way to speak to fans and will never ever turn down young fans for pictures and autographs, or if they want to just speak to her, which is commendable and very nice, because I'm telling you, that is not usually the case. On the other side of that, I know there are a lot of people over the years who have become frustrated with her saying, I'm going to be done with Grey's Anatomy, I'm not going to do any more. And then she'd sign on for more seasons. And she'd also talk, not so much now, but a lot in the beginning, about how much work it was, which I know it's a lot of work. I know, especially in the beginning, they were doing crazy hours, but girl, you're the star of a TV show being paid millions of dollars. Complain to your husband or your friends or your therapist. Don't tell your fans, who a lot of which are struggling to get by in a world on fire. Every couple of years, or recently every year, there's this big discussion about whether this is going to be the final season of Grey's Anatomy. And during season 17, that discussion was at its height. That season really did seem at the time like it could be the last, and many of the people associated with the show, even Shonda Rhimes and Krista Vernon, have said they did originally write that show to be the last. They started bringing back all of the fan favorites. Even Patrick Dempsey came back. Ellen Pompeo and Dempsey mended their relationship, and there was all of the big cast members that had left. They all, well, as many as would, returned, and it did seem like this could be it. But of course, the show didn't end, and for season 18, Ellen Pompeo got the biggest deal in television history and became the highest paid actress on TV. Just before Patrick Dempsey left the show at the beginning of the 2010s, there was a bit of a rating slump, and then it started to pick up again a year or two later. Around this time was when it became a lot easier to watch TV that you missed the live airing. So yes, TiVo and things was around in the 2000s, but not everyone had it by any means. And by the 2010s, people were starting to get catch-up TV and TiVo, and you could stream things, and it just became so much more accessible, because previously, episodic TV that had season-long storylines and plots to follow didn't do that great in syndication. So the fact that it was just easier to go and watch an episode you missed, or if you hadn't watched a season, you could go and watch it, or even binge watching obviously became a huge thing. So people who'd never seen the show could watch it all in a summer and pick up again in September. And as I said 27 years ago when I started this video, Grey's is the most streamed show in the world. This ability for the show to be watched and bringing in new people, it just changed the game. And so from that point on, the show was so much more valuable. It had become so popular and the numbers were huge. So it was so worth it for them to then pay this huge deal to Ellen Pompeo, because they made the mistake of not giving Shonda Rhimes a big deal the previous year. Up until this point, Shonda Rhimes was getting paid $10 million a year by ABC. Netflix offered her $150 million and a ton of incentives. Netflix obviously saw what value there was in Grey's, and when they put this offer of $150 million on the table, ABC then did start to negotiate with Rhimes because not only did she have Grey's on their network, she had other shows like How to Get Away with Murder, which ran for 5 years and starred Viola Davis, and Scandal, which starred Kerry Washington and ran for 7 years. She did have a ton of other shows like The Catch, that some of those weren't as successful, but she had a huge amount of shows on the network, and I can't imagine the money that Shondaland has brought in for ABC. But ABC's loss was Netflix's gain, and Netflix also gave Rhimes the time that she needed to build another wildly successful show. She launched Bridgerton 3 years into her Netflix deal, and that show has been astronomically successful for Netflix. They didn't pay Rhimes her worth and she walked. They didn't want to make the same mistake with Ellen Pompeo since Grey's was really hinging on her being attached. They went on to negotiate a $20 million a year deal with Ellen Pompeo from season 18 onwards. She was earning $575,000 per episode, along with a 7-figure signing bonus and 2 full back-end equity points on the series, estimated to bring in another 6 to 7 million. She was also getting a producing fee because she had been a producer and then she was up to executive producer, which that is where the real money is in TV. And she was also getting a back end on the new Grey's Anatomy spinoff that was happening in 2018, Station 19. So on top of all of that and a ton of other incentives and little things here and there, she also got pilot commitments and office space on Disney's Burbank lot for her own production company, Calamity Jane. There was some discussion around this time that Ellen's big deal is what forced Grey's and ABC to fire Jessica Capshaw and Sarah Drew, but I think that was more likely ABC trying to push some of the massive uproar and backlash from fans onto Ellen because there was so much backlash about that. Like, they even flew a plane over the set saying, "We love you, Jessica and Sarah," fans did, because they were so mad that they were being pushed out. There actually was a poll the year before Arizona, April, and Alex left on like the Grey's Anatomy Reddit, which is huge, and the 3 people that won for like the most loved characters and people that they were most interested in on the show, and it was Arizona, April, and Alex that won that poll, and then the next year all of them were gone. So people were mad, and I think that it just doesn't make any sense logically either, because a deal like this would have been worked out for ages. There would have been so many people involved and lawyers, and especially all the other little bits and the producing and the Station 19. They fired Jessica and Sarah really abruptly with no real exit. They did it in an absolutely shitty way, and there wasn't even a exit for them. They didn't get any wrap up. The show had the money if they wanted to, and if the budget was so tight, Krista Vernon wouldn't have been able to bring in a ton of other regulars and bring back Kim Raver and bring in Chris Carmack and bring in all these other new regulars. So I don't think that it is to do with Ellen's deal, and if it is, then we should be asking why, because I think, yes, it is insane money, $20 million a year, but that show is worth $3 billion with a B. They have plenty of money. That show has made astronomical money. And I think that if you are the star of the show and bringing in that amount, that yes, you should be getting a big chunk of the pie, because it shouldn't be all these network executives making bank. I talk about this a lot in my own business, and you can ask anyone who works in it, that I hate that you have these businesses, whether it's a TV show or a tiny little business like mine, that I don't think that it's right that you have one person at the top that makes everything. I think that all of your employees should be making 6 figures before you go out and buy a Ferrari. So I think that it's fair that if the show is making so much money that Shonda Rhimes should have been getting way more. And they obviously made that mistake because none of this would be here without Shonda Rhimes. And they learned that the hard way. Netflix paid her worth. So I know I've talked about this long enough, but I do feel really strongly about paying people their goddamn worth. So whether it's TV show or, small little businesses like mine. Being on the biggest TV show for 20 years, there's definitely going to be some not so great things that she's done. And I mean, I have talked about some of them throughout the video with things like Jerrica Hinton and other cast members that there's been issues with. But two of the main big things that most people cannot excuse when it comes to Ellen Pompeo are her comments regarding Harvey Weinstein victims and some of her comments on race. One interview that is brought up a lot is this joint interview that was done between Shonda Rhimes, Viola Davis, Kerry Washington, and Ellen Pompeo for Entertainment Weekly. And this was done in 2015. There was a whole photo shoot around it. It was a cover story, and the whole premise around it was Shonda Rhimes is taking over Thursday nights on ABC. They used to call it TGIT. Thank God it's Thursday. And they even had like their own ads that was like Shonda's 3 shows, Grey's Anatomy, Scandal, and How to Get Away with Murder, all airing on one night. And the interview was with the Entertainment Weekly reporter, and they did a photo shoot first. When they sat down afterwards to do the interview, Ellen Pompeo and Kerry Washington were still in like their makeup and like everything for the photo shoot, which if you've never seen like that sort of thing, it's really over the top makeup like in person because you obviously want it to like show up on camera. It's kind of like how people do a little bit more makeup on like their wedding. Viola Davis had actually gone and changed into a robe, and she'd taken off like a lot of her makeup when they sat down to do the interview. And this isn't actually talked about in the interview. I know about this because I read it in the book How to Save a Life, about the behind the scenes of Grey's Anatomy, and this interview is talked about towards the end, and it's actually the Entertainment Weekly interviewer that's telling the story in this Grey's Anatomy book. And they were saying how when Viola Davis sat down, it reminded them of this really famous scene from How to Get Away with Murder. It's probably the most famous scene from the show, where Viola Davis's character Annalise Keating sits down at like her vanity in her room, and she's about to confront her husband who's been having an affair with one of his students, and she like takes off like her makeup and all her jewelry and stuff, and then she confronts him. And I remember when that episode and that scene came out, like everybody was talking about it. It's really, really great scene. Like I think Viola Davis is an amazing actress. Even when How to Get Away with Murder went off the rails, like I still watched it because she's so good. So when they sat down to do this interview, Shonda Rhimes and then Viola Davis were asked about this horrible piece in the New York Times by this guy called Alessandra Stanley, and he basically was commenting on How to Get Away with Murder and said that it should be called How to Get Away with Being an Angry Black Woman. And he talked about Viola Davis being less classically beautiful than some other lighter skinned Black actresses, which is just disgusting. And they actually asked Shonda and then Viola, did anything positive come out of the backlash to this piece? Because obviously people were pissed when they read this, because of course they were. So after they asked, did anything positive come? Like everybody started like groaning, of course. And, we're like, ugh, about this guy. And then Shonda Rhimes started to answer and said, there were articles written in response that made me feel like, oh my God, there are some thinking people out there. Because if that had gone uncommented upon, and then Ellen Pompeo cut in and said, if any good comes out of ignorance, then I'll take the ignorance. And when Ellen said that, Viola Davis like let out a big sigh. The interviewer asked Viola, do you feel that way, Viola? And she answered, I understand what Ellen is talking about, but I've been on the other side of ignorance. And that's when Ellen Pompeo's eyes, according to the interviewer, welled up with tears and she left the room. Viola continued saying, colorism and racism in this country are so powerful that the Jim Crow laws are gone, but what's left is a mindset. As an actress, I've been a great victim of that. There were a lot of things that I am that people did not allow me to be until I got the role of Annalise Keating. Viola Davis spoke a bit more, and then Ellen Pompeo came back into the room, sat down, and the interviewer adds like a little description saying that when she sat down, Kerry Washington kind of like patted her on the back and as if to kind of be like, oh, are you okay? And Ellen Pompeo was just like to Kerry Washington, because obviously Kerry Washington's being super nice. And they carried on with the interview. The interviewer did speak about this being like disruptive, of course, to Viola answering, but the larger point being that Ellen Pompeo is interrupting and interjecting when Shonda Rhimes and Viola Davis are answering something that Ellen Pompeo cannot fathom the severity of. She has gained a lot of criticism over the years for a lot of other comments that she's made, and especially things like, I understand certain issues around race because of my biracial children, and a lot of other comments. But all of this stuff with Entertainment Weekly, the 2015 interview, this all got brought up again in 2021 because of a story that she told on her podcast. But her podcast, Tell Me with Ellen Pompeo, she had Patrick Dempsey on when they'd mended their relationship, and he had just appeared on season 17 the year before. And she told Patrick about working with Denzel Washington, who came in and directed an episode of the 12th season in February 2016. Ellen told Patrick Dempsey that she had changed a line of dialogue in the script, and it was in a scene where an epileptic patient was trying to apologize to Meredith for breaking her jaw. This episode is another like famous standalone episode where Meredith is attacked by a patient and she like loses her hearing, so a lot of it is in silence. And again, it was written by Elizabeth Finch. She used to write a lot of these standalone episodes. Ellen then went on to explain further to Patrick and said he, as in the patient, apologized to me, but he was doing it really softly. He made this choice to speak very softly, and I was pissed that I had to sit there and listen to this apology, and he wasn't looking me in the eye. Again, we love actors who make choices, and I yelled at him and said, look at me when you apologize, look at me. And that wasn't in the dialogue. She then said, Denzel went ham on my ass. He was like, I'm the director, don't you tell me what to do. And I was like, listen, motherfucker, this is my show. This is my set. Who are you telling me? You barely know where the bathroom is. She said she didn't speak to Denzel Washington for a bit after that, and then said, any set, unless it's a comedy, it's an emotional place, and there's passion and there's fire. She did say that they ended up making up, and she finished the story by saying, so we were fine after that, and he's just one of the best to ever do it. You know, I have the utmost respect for him as an actor, as a director, as everything. Her other comments that have garnered a lot of criticism and backlash over the years are comments surrounding Harvey Weinstein and Me Too. In July 2018, she was speaking at an Oxford Union panel, and when she was asked about Weinstein and Me Too in general, she said, I think we bear some responsibility. Not all, but it takes two to tango for sure. When she was clarifying her comments, she spoke about meeting Harvey Weinstein and meeting him in the day and all of this stuff, but it just, she was digging herself like a deeper hole, as I said.
But I do think we bear some responsibility, not all, but it takes two to tango. And that's not to blame the victims. That's just to say, I did go into a room with Harvey Weinstein. I sat at a table with him. He never made any sort of physical advance to me. I wasn't in the room alone with him. I had been sent there by an agent in the middle of the daytime. I didn't think there was anything wrong. I wouldn't have gone into that room at night. He did nothing inappropriate toward me. Now, had he, I would have picked up that glass and smashed him across the side of the face with it.
One thing about when she makes comments like this, and I do think that this is like typical of an actor and actress, that they are
just me. Like they don't think about everything else and everyone else in the surrounding context, is that she's not thinking about the fact or acknowledging the fact that she got her big break. The role that she's had for the last 20 years, the role that's made her a gazillionaire, was on a female showrunner's show. That is a huge factor to have not only a female showrunner, but all of those surrounding people in positions of power to be a lot of women. And also, she's right at the top too. So it's just different. And the comments, just everything about it was bad. As I said, Ellen Pompeo isn't in it very much anymore, but she is still in it. And I really do wonder if someday we'll get Meredith Grey, the golden years. And I'm sure it won't be too long until we start seeing the next generation of Dr. Greys with Meredith's kids, Zola, Bailey, and Ellis. And I wouldn't even be that surprised if they do a bit of a repeat of the ER ending. In the series finale of ER, which was the previous longest running medical drama that ran for 15 years, they had one of the fan favorite longtime characters who'd actually passed away, spoilers for ER. He had his kid return that had been in the show throughout it, and she had come back to the hospital as a new intern. And when the doctor, who was one of the interns in the very first episode, he actually comes out and says, "Are you coming, Dr. Green?" mirroring the first ever words uttered in the very first episode of ER.
Dr. Green. Dr. Green.
Dr. Green. You coming?
And I wouldn't be surprised if something similar happens with Grace. You probably can't hear her, but she's snoring, and this video has been such a deep dive, I cannot tell you how long I have spent on this video. Insane amount of time, but I love the show, so I wanted to do this video and make sure it covered everything it possibly could. Early Greys truly was some of the last big appointment TV. Like Addison's arrival, the post-Super Bowl episode with the BOMB, the ferry crash, the shooting episode, McSteamy, the panties, 007, Denny's LVAD wire being cut. I remember watching those episodes live and then discussing with my friends and talking online to people about it. Later, doing videos on it. I used to do Grey's videos in Station 19 on my original channel, and I don't think anything exists like Grey's and appointment TV today. As I said at the beginning of this video, which must be 56 years ago now, today we have amazing TV, massive budgets, huge stars, highly produced episodes, and that content is fantastic. But there's just something else about Grey's, the early seasons of Grey's. It truly was a phenomenon, and it felt like everyone was watching. Even the stuff I was saying about the language, like everyone was saying seriously and McDreamy or McSteamy and all of that stuff. It's why I'm so interested to see the analytics of this video, because I do wonder if people who used to watch the show back then during like the Magic era, who probably don't watch it as much now, like would they still want to watch this video? And then I'm also really interested to hear from like the new generation of Grey's watchers, because that must be such a different experience to what I had. Some of those people weren't even alive when Grey started, and they probably wouldn't know like a lot of the really stupid little context things surrounding the shows in the early seasons, but then maybe they had some stuff spoiled. I'm just really interested to know. And as great as Grey's was, it makes it all the more crazy that all that chaos and drama was going on behind the scenes. And that makes it even more impressive that it's still on the airwaves 21 years later. So when will Grey's Anatomy end? As someone who has literally watched since day one on March 27th, 2005, I've learned to stop guessing. but I know for sure, whether I want to or not, I'll be there to watch when it ends. And who knows, maybe we'll get one last bit of Grey's magic and some of our favorites will return. But knowing Grey's, they totally could make that happen. But if they do, they'll probably bring back all of our favorites, give us exactly what we want, and then immediately kill them all off. And now that we've gone over everything Grey's Anatomy, let's get into the behind-the-scenes drama of Desperate Housewives. In 2004, Desperate Housewives was being watched by over 30 million people every Sunday night. During its very first season, the cast scooped up awards, was on every magazine cover, being parodied on SNL and late night, and the show's ads and billboards were everywhere. It seemed like everyone around the world was watching Desperate Housewives. But there was one more thing that made the Desperate Housewives cast even more famous, and that was their problems behind the scenes. Lots of shows managed to keep their cast problems buried, at least while the show is airing. But during its peak of season 1, the Desperate Housewives cast had an explosive shoot with Vanity Fair that was so outrageous, the magazine actually called them out in the accompanying article. From that point on, people became just as interested in the behind-the-scenes drama as they were in the show itself. The behind-the-scenes antics became so well known that it wasn't just being poked fun at by SNL, late-night hosts, and award shows, but even by the stars of the show itself. However, it wasn't just the cast that was putting a strain on the production, as there were many allegations surrounding the showrunner Mark Cherry and how he conducted himself on set, how he treated his writers, and how he treated his cast. Tensions continued to rise, and following the show's 5th season, with still millions and millions of people watching, one of the lead actresses of the show filed a lawsuit against the creator and the show itself. So that's what we're going to be discussing today: the drama, controversies, lawsuits, and allegations surrounding Desperate Housewives and everything they tried to keep buried over the show's run. We'll also discuss each of the individual cast members' controversies over the years and after the show, as things certainly didn't slow down in the drama department for the Desperate Housewives cast, with even one of the housewives taking a storyline from the show a little too seriously and winding up in a media firestorm that resulted in her in handcuffs and behind bars. So sit back, relax, grab a drink and a snack, and let's dive in to the secret, tense, drama-filled, and desperate lives of the Desperate Housewives cast. The American Broadcasting Company, also known as ABC, is an American commercial broadcast television network that serves as the flagship property of Disney Entertainment, which of course is a division of the Mighty Mouse and his empire, the Walt Disney Company. ABC is one of what's known as the Big Three when it comes to US television networks, with the other two being NBC and CBS. If I asked you to comment your favorite ABC show down below, there'd be a lot of answers. But if you asked anyone about ABC television shows during the 2004 and 2005 television season, which runs from September 2004 to May 2005, you'd only hear about ABC's new Big Three, which were the 3 television shows that all unbelievably launched during this television season: Lost, Grey's Anatomy, and Desperate Housewives. These 3 TV shows changed television forever, but during the pilot season, everybody wasn't convinced they were going to be worth all of the money that was being put into bringing all 3 of these shows to ABC. The ABC executive who greenlit the Lost pilot, which was well over $1 million, was actually fired over it, but he was hired back after the show went on to be insanely successful. Lost was one of the most talked about shows for years and is frequently lauded today as a brilliant show
even if people hated the ending. Grey's Anatomy, where do I begin? Watching Grey's Anatomy is the most consistent thing in my life. Watching it from when I was a junior in high school all the way up until now when I've just returned from a Botox appointment, so there's been quite the passage of time. Grey's Anatomy is still on our screens today and has been renewed for a 21st season. It's one of the most successful shows of all time. But despite Lost and Grey's Anatomy's success, they had nothing on the absolute monster that was Desperate Housewives. Desperate Housewives was by far the most successful show on ABC, not only for the 2004-2005 TV season, but throughout the whole golden age of ABC during the 2000s. And don't worry, we will be getting into Lost and Grey's Anatomy in just a few weeks, as I'll be doing behind the scenes videos on both of those shows, because all three of these shows, yes, were enormously successful, but all three of them had unbelievable issues behind the scenes. So in the next couple of weeks, we'll dive much more into Grey's Anatomy and Lost to complete this trilogy of ABC's 2000s TV. Desperate Housewives was a show that ran for 8 seasons from 2004 to 2012. Each season consisted of 23 or 24 episodes, with the exception of season 4, which only had 17 episodes due to being impacted by the 2007 writer's strike. The show was the creation of Mark Cherry, who came up with the idea after a discussion with his mother, who he described as the quintessential housewife. Cherry was watching the news with his mother in the early 2000s when a news report came on about the infamous case of Andrea Yates, who took the life of all 5 of her children by drowning them. Cherry said to his mother he couldn't imagine what would ever drive a mother to do that, and Cherry's mother responded, "I've been there." Cherry said that really shocked him because he always thought of his mother as the perfect housewife and mother, who that is all she ever wanted to be. So Cherry thought, wow, if my mother, who wanted to be nothing else but a housewife and mother and seems so perfect at it, if she feels that way, how do some other women feel? Cherry created the show with each of the original cast members all being housewives that are desperate in their own way. Cherry actually based 2 of the leads on his mother, with the character of Lynette Scavo, played by Felicity Huffman, representing Cherry's mother when he himself was a child and his mother was overwhelmed with her young children. The other character that is based on Cherry's mother is the most detailed and richest character in the show, Brie Vanderkamp, played by Marsha Cross. She represents Cherry's mother from his teens into his adulthood and up until present day, as on the surface, Brie is the picture-perfect housewife, although, as with everything in Desperate Housewives, nothing is quite as it seems. And the phrase, "not what it seems," can even be applied to the show itself, as in the production, because the show on the surface, with the magazine covers and interviews and awards and red carpet moments, it all looks perfect. But when you look below the surface, there is an absolute clusterfuck of behind the scenes drama, antics, cast feuds, fighting, lawsuits, and even behavior that resulted in Vanity Fair calling out the cast on the cover of their magazine because of what happened at one of the cover shoots, with the cast fighting on the set of the photo shoot. The rest of the main cast is made up of Eva Longoria playing the character of Gabrielle Solis, a former model in her mid-20s who's married to a wealthy, slightly older husband and who's having an affair with a high school gardener, John, played by Jesse Metcalfe. That storyline is the first of quite a few that are problematic, especially when looking back from 2025. The fourth lead cast member is Terry Hatcher, playing the character of Susan Meyer, a children's book illustrator who is divorced and has parentified her daughter Julie. Rounding out the cast are Brenda Strong as Mary Alice Young, who in the opening sequence of the show takes her own life, and then the first season of the show is solving the mystery of why. Brenda Strong also narrates the entirety of the series, with less than a handful of episodes being narrated by other characters. The narration is done in a very similar style as to that of Meredith Grey in Grey's Anatomy, with usually the narration only taking place in the opening and the closing scenes, and the voiceover kind of tying into the episode's larger storyline. And also rounding out the rest of the cast is Nicolette Sheridan as Edie Britt, James Denton as Mike Delfino, Ricardo Shavira as Carlos Solis, Doug Savant as Tom Scavo, and Stephen Culp as Rex Vanderkam. So we're first going to go over the background of the series, get the lay of the land, make sure you have all the information you need, and then we'll be diving into each of the actors' individual dramas and mainly the larger issues behind the scenes, which are plentiful for sure. As I mentioned, Lost and Grey's Anatomy had absolutely nothing on Desperate Housewives when it came to numbers, and honestly, many other things. And it wasn't even close. Desperate Housewives annihilated Lost and Grey's and pretty much all other shows in the ratings and had millions and millions more watching every week. The premiere of Desperate Housewives was a huge success right out of the gate, and they had almost 22 million people tuning in to the premiere, with the first season's overall average of 24 million. With the success of the show and it being talked about everywhere, anyone around this time period, especially TV buffs like me, will all remember the white commercials with all of the cast holding red apples and nearly all of the promo materials being this white background with black text and hints of bright reds. And this just really stood out. And I mean, their ads were everywhere. It was very simple but effective, and the first season's ratings continued to climb, with just shy of 31 million people watching the season 1 finale, which are insane numbers then, but those are numbers we will never ever see again on television. I cannot oversell how huge this show was and how talked about it was too. It was everywhere. But it wasn't just ratings and buzz and people talking. Desperate Housewives was one of the first shows to be huge on social media as social media platforms emerged throughout the 2000s. And just like in the ratings, Desperate Housewives also dominated when it came to award seasons. Desperate Housewives has won scores and scores of awards. We're going to jump into everything behind the scenes, but it is important to set the stage about how successful this show was, because it really does impact a lot of the issues that happened on set and between cast and a lot of the show's creator and writers and things, because the show out of the gate, first season, dominated so huge in the ratings. It was scooping up awards everywhere, but it also had this buzz and discussion that just doesn't exist anymore with television, especially network TV, because you just don't have TV shows like Desperate Housewives and Lost and Grey's Anatomy. I mean, Grey's Anatomy still exists, but it's not the same. That these shows, it was appointment viewing. Everybody, and obviously I'm being hyperbolic, everybody would sit down to watch these shows week after week. You went into work and talked about them, or school, or just hanging out with your friends. There was discussions online, and it was this sort of experience that everybody went through that watched the show, because you couldn't just binge watch and you couldn't go back and catch it on. I mean, TiVo was emerging and things like that, but everybody didn't have it, and it was a new thing, really new then. And so you really did sit down and watch it, and you didn't have second screen now that shows are made with having it in mind that people are sitting scrolling. Like Desperate Housewives, Lost, these shows, they built on the stories week after week. And so there was this element of mystery and what's happening. And Desperate Housewives' first season, it all builds into something. And so that also was prompting all these conversations. And so these people that were on these shows became overnight like massive stars. Eva Longoria, yes, she'd done a lot of soap work before, but it just was another level. And even people like Terry Hatcher, who had done Superman and Lois and a lot of other shows, and Felicity Huffman and Marsha Cross had done a lot of stuff too, but this just was something else. And so that happening, I talk about this a lot in my videos, this kind of overnight success that turns these people into absolute megastar, where your picture is everywhere and you're on interviews and magazine covers. It can turn people into monsters, although a lot of people who work behind the scenes in the industry say that it doesn't turn people into monsters. It lets people reveal themselves as monsters. And with these shows, especially when they have ensemble casts, there's also these comparisons between the actors, which is always heightened when the 5 main leads are all women. It was also the early 2000s, which the early 2000s media was not known for being great. And it was also the dawn of people like Perez Hilton, who really fanned the flames of a lot of these behind the scenes issues. So now let's jump into exactly what was happening on the set of Desperate Housewives and see why, in fact, this show is known as one of the most infamous and toxic sets of the 2000s, with many of the cast feuds still existing today over 20 years later.
At Desperate Housewives, we are an ensemble, a team, and a family. God, you guys can really act.
So now we have an understanding of how big and how popular this show was and how the cast became global superstars overnight. We can dive into the first massive big thing that happened that made the public very aware of the behind the scenes issues. As I mentioned, this was all happening in 2004, 2005. Facebook had literally just been founded, and it wasn't even like it is today. You couldn't even use it unless you had a university email, and at that time it was only a select few universities too. So with no social media and just very basic websites and interviews, magazines and forums, you couldn't really follow stuff in the same way with TV shows and behind the scenes and actors. Things were a lot more sterilized, and actors, their PR and managers and everyone else only shared what they wanted to share. Of course, people in the industry still talked, and when there are all these massive egos and issues, things do always leak out, especially with TV, as a lot of these shows are filmed on lots with tons of other productions and thousands of people all working around them. With the show being so huge, there was a lot of publicity and interviews, and many people from both the show and ABC have spoken about how one of the things that was frequently argued about amongst the cast was who was in the middle of publicity pictures, as generally, if you think of a lot of ensemble TV shows, the star or the lead is in the middle, like Buffy and Charmed. They used to put the bigger star in the middle for newer shows too, the person with the most name recognition. This show was built on the point that it was truly an ensemble cast, and they were all supposed to be even, although Terry Hatcher was positioned to be the lead in certain publicity things that they did, and she was also put forward for a lot more awards, for example, than a lot of the other cast. Additionally, throughout the first season, there was this kind of boiling pot about Terry Hatcher because not only was she being positioned as the lead of the show, but she was being paid more than everyone else because when she came in, she was an established name from when she was on Lois and Clark. And even though that was in the mid-90s, it was the biggest project that any of the cast had really done and the biggest thing that most of the public would be aware of. So all of these things meant a lot of tension building up throughout the first season, and it very much came to a head at the Vanity Fair cover shoot that they did for the cover story and interview for the May 2005 issue.
It makes it look like there's all this catfighting and stuff that is going on. How do you respond? I'm happy with what it says about me. I mean, it's Vanity Fair. They're not going to print something they can't print.
So read between the lines.
The photo shoot and the interviews took place right at the end of filming for season 1, so the show was already very successful. This shoot also became infamous for what happened, as it was the last group photo shoot the cast of Desperate Housewives ever did together. Vanity Fair's intro to the photo shoot and interview, like the actual text that they write on the article and interview, it actually calls them out straight away because the text said, "The plan, a lighthearted photo shoot with the cast of America's Sunday night sensation. The result, a 5-star drama complete with profanity, tears, and tantrums, exploring the Desperate Housewives dynamic." This photo shoot also took place after they had won the Golden Globe for Best Series and when Terry Hatcher had won her Golden Globe for the first season. So she, as I said, was always put forward for a lot more awards. So I'm sure the fact that she won added even more tension to what was going on between the cast. Additionally, Terry allegedly did not treat the rest of the cast or crew very well at all, although there are 1 or 2 cast members who've spoken about her being nice to them, and a lot of the rest of the cast have spoken about a big star who was a bully over the years on the set. And most people believe that this is Terry Hatcher, although I will say that no one has actually said it was Terry. Later on, we will talk a lot about the reasonings and kind of puzzle pieces that people have put together and why they think it is Terry that the cast is talking about when they talk about a bully. And I will talk about my own experience with an ensemble cast made up of all women, the L word, to go back to YouTube roots again for me. But there was a lot of, I don't want to say drama, there was some drama on that show and Generation Q, the new version or reboot, whatever you want to call it. But there also is a lot of actors that don't line up with what they say publicly or what the audience thinks they're like in reality, compared to how they actually behave when they're not in front of a camera or in an interview, or, you know, even something like doing an appearance or something like that, where they know that it's all curated and staged and people are recording them. So I will talk about that a little bit later in the video. So the cast are set to arrive at the Vanity Fair shoot, and Vanity Fair is sent this long list of mandatory stipulations, like all the women had to have their own glam team, which is pretty normal for Hollywood anyway. But then there were stipulations that weren't so common, like do not let Terry Hatcher be in the middle of the group shot, and do not let Terry Hatcher have first look at the wardrobe.
Why would they say we don't want her in the center of the picture? These are deeper questions than I can answer. I'm sure you can figure it out.
Vanity Fair was also told absolutely no bathing suits, and I will put a picture of the cover on the screen so you can see how well that was adhered to. Vanity Fair also had to deal with a lot of people that ABC sent over, mainly publicists from ABC, from Touchstone, personal publicists, their assistants, and more. And these shoots already have a crazy amount of people. There's PAs and assistants and all 5 glam teams that make up stylists, hair people, makeup people, wardrobe people, and all of the cast will have had personal assistants and managers. And, you know, sometimes a big thing like this, there'll be other people around. So there is just a huge amount of people. And of course, for each of the actresses, each one of their team members, like publicists and all those people, they're kind of vying for getting the most attention or whatever it is for their client. Usually a cover shoot like this, it take place over about 2 days, but they were trying to fit this all into one day because of how busy the cast was. They did the interview portion before and they did it on the sets in each of the cast members' trailers individually. And when you read the interviews now, which is the first part of the article, which of course will always be linked with everything I've used to make this video in the sources, that is looking a little bit different now, especially because we have all of the context. We know there was a lot of issues behind the scenes, and because of what happened at this shoot, the interview definitely does read a lot differently, and you can kind of read between the lines of what a lot of the women say. For example, Terry Hatcher said in the interview that I've never been anything but grateful for this role and show, but I'm not sure about the others. I mean, things like that, they just don't sound great. Even before the cast came to the shoot, series creator Mark Cherry was extremely worried about the 5 women being there together for a photo shoot and was quoted as saying, "I hope everything works out with this. The Vanity Fair photo shoot this weekend, I think it's a problem on our end. Coordinating all of this, yeah, I'm sure it'll be fine." And that's when you'd cut to the narrator saying, "It was not fine." Eva Longoria actually showed up 2 hours early due to a mix-up with the times with her publicist, and she went to have a nap in her trailer. And before she woke up, Terry Hatcher arrived and went to wardrobe. There was someone else on the set that Vanity Fair refers to as ABC's enabler, and that's what they call him throughout the article. And when this enabler learned that Terry was on the way to wardrobe, he told Vanity Fair staff that they needed to stop her, and he got really angry when he found out that Terry Hatcher had also coordinated with the stylist a few days before the shoot, which is pretty normal for this type of thing. And usually on shoots like this, it normally is a first come, first serve basis when it comes to wardrobe. When the other women arrived, everything was fine. They all picked out bathing suits except for Felicity Huffman. And obviously no one was going to say anything because no one's going to speak to talent that way. They went to the pool, all of the cast, to take the picture. And even though the enabler was shouting at Vanity Fair's staff for violating the no bathing suit policy, the women all kind of just took up spots around the pool. There was 2 chairs and a lounger, and Felicity Huffman was on one chair, Nicolette Sheridan was on another, Eva Longoria was on the lounger, and then Marsha Cross was kind of standing here, and Terry Hatcher was in the middle. And when Marsha Cross saw that Terry Hatcher was beside her and in the middle, she grabbed her robe and stormed off the set. When Marsha Cross stormed off set, she screamed the enabler's name and then screamed, "Get your fucking ass over here now and do your fucking job." This set, because it was, well, this shoot, because it was ongoing, like they were actually taking the pictures, usually this sort of thing, they'll make it a closed set, which means even people like a lot of the publicists will be back behind like the line, and it's very common that they do this sort of thing. Otherwise there's just like so many people there. And so Vanity Fair told the enabler, "You're not allowed on set," and Marsha Cross shouted back, "I don't care, it's a fucking closed set or not, get him over here now." The enabler came running over around the corner from where he was and said about the photographer, "I don't care what the photographer says, whatever the talent wants is what goes." The photographer suggested that Marsha Cross and Nicolette Sheridan switch positions, and Cross said, "No, I don't want to sit in a chair." So Hatcher agreed to take the chair, and that put Nicolette Sheridan in the middle, which is the picture that we ended up seeing on the cover. Hatcher then walked to the other end of the pool after they'd taken the pictures, and she got on her phone call and had a very heated and tearful conversation, according to Vanity Fair. Most of the rest of the shoot, that were all the single shots of like the individual housewives, went fine, except for Marsha Cross's, as her shoot had her like clipping a hedge with garden shears, and there was a man with a appendage showing, and she said she wasn't going to come on set until it was removed. She was also wearing a purple dress for the shoot, and instead of having a petticoat, she had put on like a garter with a belt, and they were using like a fan to blow up her skirt, which is like super common on shoots too. And Vanity Fair was saying in the article that the fan was blowing the dress high but not too high. But apparently the vice president of ABC Publicity was not happy with this and was saying that Cross's panties were being exposed. So he came over and was shouting, "Stop taking that picture." Vanity Fair said that Marsha Cross just kind of stood there and was poker faced, and the vice president started shouting, "I'm not leaving. You're going to have to pull me off this set. You can see her underwear." Things continued to deteriorate throughout the day, so much that Kevin Brockman, who was the head of ABC Publicity, was called away from his weekend, just doing whatever, to come to the set and calm things down. And the shoot ended up wrapping 3 hours after it was supposed to, at 7 p.m. Vanity Fair tried to tell the enabler, "Oh, at least we got some great shots." And they received the reply, "That's what you think. My actors were so fucking miserable all day." So if this was what was going on the set of a photo shoot that lasted one day, that they couldn't even hold it together for, can you imagine what was going on behind the scenes and behind closed doors? But honestly, not one thing in this article shocks me. It sounds like a lot of sets, to be honest. I will say that I'm sure they were under enormous pressure and being picked apart in the media at that time. And although Vanity Fair says things like, "Oh, the fan was blowing the skirt high, but not too high," I've seen magazines and photographers and many other people do pretty outrageous things to get a certain shot or sound bite, and I'm sure we can all think of examples. In my opinion, there's no reason that you should be ever speaking to someone like this. We've all had a moment where we've lost our temper, or something has just set us off that really shouldn't, but it's a lot of things all together. And as I said, I'm sure they were under a lot of pressure, and they had so many people with eyes on them. Even in the Vanity Fair article, they all nearly speak a lot about how they're expecting this backlash, because they know, they love to build people up and tear them down. And I wonder if they'd really started to see people getting fed up that way. And I'm sure there were as many people that were cheering them on and watching the show. I'm sure they had a lot of detractors too, because even though it's usually only a small amount of people that are haters or whatever you want to say with these TV shows, when it's 31 million people, even if it's 1%, that's still a huge amount of people. But also on the other side of the coin, you think these people had everything they ever wanted. They were huge stars on one of the most successful shows in the world, and they just won the Golden Globe for Best Series. They were about to renegotiate their contracts for season 2, and they were going from 60 to 80K an episode, depending on who it was, and they were looking at renegotiating for $200,000 to $250,000 an episode in 2004. And remember, these shows have 23 to 24 episodes a season. We're talking millions and millions of dollars, and you'd think they could hold it together for one day for one photo shoot.
That'll be our job, is to come forward from this and figure out how to repair damage.
And it's honestly not just the money and success that feeds the egos of these celebrities, because all of these publicists and managers and just everyone else on these sets that enables and promotes a lot of this behavior, because talent is always treated as though they are above everyone else. Most sets, you aren't even allowed to speak to the talent unless you're pretty high up in the whole structural hierarchy. The best way I ever saw this kind of summed up about what happens to people when they become wildly successful in Hollywood, and you can apply this to a lot of those huge social media influencer people too. It was actually in Tina Fey's book when she was talking about a shoot she did for Vanity Fair. She was saying that you could take just a really random person who was normal and humble and kind and friendly and who earned a very, very small salary, and give them one day at a shoot with Vanity Fair, with a glam team and assistants and people running around after you, people literally pressing themselves against a wall so that when talent walks down, they don't have to look at you, and the clothes and the hype of everyone on the shoot telling you how amazing you are, and people saying that they'll go and hand squeeze an almond for you for your almond milk. Just all of that behavior and being treated like that, being treated like a movie star, I guess. Tina Fey said that even just one day like that could turn the most average person into a Hollywood monster. And I honestly 100% agree. You know what was really hilarious though about the Vanity Fair shoot? It was a fold out cover. So after all the fighting, Terry Hatcher still actually ended up being in the middle.
Terry, Eva, and Nicolette on the front cover. Open it up and you will see all 5 ladies.
The shoot went so badly, and things were made even worse when the actual article came out and the cover photo was attached with the title, "You don't know what it took to get this picture." So with the article and everything coming out and the general public being made aware of this, ABC actually had to issue a statement which read, "While negotiating certain elements of a photo shoot is standard practice and was part of our coordination with Vanity Fair, this shoot simply did not go as planned." You think? Because of this, our talent were made to deal as best they could with a situation not of their making. This one isolated incident does not define these women or their relationship. As I said just a few moments ago, after the shoot, they never did a photo shoot, all of the women together ever again. But even though many things were implemented to try and keep the cast happy, like minimizing their time together unless absolutely necessary, and to give them pretty much anything they wanted on top of already crazy things that they were receiving for being on such a hit show, the issues between the cast certainly continued. I will just say too, I did make a little reference earlier to Vanity Fair thinking all their Christmases had come at once when this shoot started and the issues started. As I said, Desperate Housewives was the most popular show on TV, and you know what sells magazines? controversy and drama. The cast were under a lot of pressure, which obviously Vanity Fair knew. The Vanity Fair staff absolutely knew there were tensions between the cast, and Vanity Fair also did the interviews prior to the photo shoot where a lot of the cast members referenced things like being scared of backlash. There were also some much discussed rumors about Marsha Cross going around at this time, which we'll go over in just a second. And just being in the industry, Vanity Fair, they absolutely will have known there were some buttons to push with this cast and with actors and ensemble casts in general. And even if Vanity Fair weren't 100% sure on which buttons to push with these cast members, ABC pretty much handed Vanity Fair a list of buttons to push. ABC knew there were certain things that would cause the already boiling drama-filled pot to spill over if, for example, Terry Hatcher was in the middle of the picture. I do find it strange Vanity Fair was like, oh, they all just took up their spots and it just happened that Terry was in the middle. I've never been on a Vanity Fair cover shoot, but I can't imagine it's like when I go out with my friends and we all take a picture, and although no one wants to be on the ends, it's just kind of a free-for-all. Surely Vanity Fair taking pictures for their cover story of the most famous women on TV, talking about the biggest show on TV, why was it not very carefully planned of, you're going to stand here and this light for this person and that person? I do find it hard to believe, and especially when they had been given these very clear stipulations of this is what not to do. I wanted to go over the Vanity Fair cover shoot story at the top of the video because I think that it really gives you a good idea of how big this show was, that there were these issues between the cast, and there were also a lot of media that would really take advantage of the issues, but also of the cast members in a way. Over the next few years, ABC and the Desperate Housewives production tried whatever they could to keep the set functioning. They would give the cast really whatever they wanted. They even were given like $10,000 during the first season each to decorate their trailers, which is a really crazy amount for decorating a trailer. But if they had this hugely successful show, obviously they wanted to keep all of the cast as happy as they could and all of them on board, because what happens with lots of shows, as I'm sure everybody can think of examples, is sometimes after a year or two, one of the stars leaves and then other ones start to leave. So it was kind of key that they kept the main 4-5 cast members together as long as they could. And with the issues, they obviously were trying to placate them in other ways. They, of course, also tried to keep all of the issues with the cast and the showrunner under wraps, which is what all networks and shows try to do. Despite them trying to do this, it didn't really work, as the drama and tension and issues with the cast and the showrunner was spoken about for the entire 8-year run of the show and thereafter. The issues behind the scenes were such a prevalent talking point about this show that even the Vanity Fair clusterfuck itself was parodied on Saturday Night Live. Today, though, with so much time passing, a lot of people from the show feel a lot more comfortable saying things that happened. Many of the writers have spoken out about the behind-the-scenes issues, and even one of the child actors, Madison De La Garza, who's actually Demi Lovato's half-sister. She played Juanita Solis, Eva Longoria's character's daughter. She's obviously grown up now, and she talks about the show on TikTok sometimes, and when asked about the drama, she said, I guess it's okay to confirm now because so much time has passed, but yes, there were a lot of issues. I said this in my Charmed behind the scenes video, which was another show that was infamous for its issues behind the scenes amongst the cast, But when the child actors on set know there are issues, there's issues. Child actors are generally shielded from a lot of that stuff, hopefully anyway, even unintentionally, because they can only work a certain amount of hours, and because when they're not literally filming, they have to be getting their education. Yes, there's always a lot of waiting around and just hanging around between takes and different scenes, because that's just what happens with filming anything. But when I compare being a kid on a set and being an adult, or even being a kid and being an older teenager, there's so much less waiting around time when you're a kid. So you're not seeing as much. But obviously that's anecdotal evidence based on like my own experience, and my experience when I was a kid on sets was on movie sets. It wasn't TV shows where it's week after week, year after year, the same place and the same people. And I think it also depends a lot of the time on not only the production, but the actors too. Like my experience when I was on the very first film set I was ever on was when I was like 9, 10, and that film was with Julie Andrews and Colin Firth, people that aren't really known for their drama. All of my other experiences, time spent on sets, around and working on sets as an adult, have really not had any kids on them, or they've been there for a very minimal amount of time. I don't ever talk about kids. I don't cover them. If they aren't child actors, I try not to even mention them, apart from things like X celebrity has a child. There are child actors who have gone through horrific things, as we all know, and even child actors who, quote unquote, had good experiences seem to struggle if they were very well known, as I can't imagine what that level of fame and fortune does to someone at a young age, never mind if it all goes away before you even turn 18. Madison de la Garza is someone who has spoken about how she didn't really have tons of issues on the set as a child, but it was more people and fans and how she was commented on and how her body was commented on, and a lot of other things that were more results and ramifications from being on the show. But that's a different topic for another day. My small amount of experience on set as a child was always great for all of the productions, but it was minimal. I am not known at all, and all of the productions were drama-free as far as child me was aware anyway. Things continued to escalate with the cast, and honestly, things have continued in the decade and a half since the show has been off the air, as several of the cast members have written character letters on behalf of one of the women of Wisteria Lane, as one of the ladies was arrested in 2019 in a highly publicized case. So we're going to break down each of the 5 leads' biggest controversies and issues, starting with Terry Hatcher, then going into Nicolette Sheridan and her lawsuit against the show and the showrunner Mark Cherry. Then we'll discuss the biggest rumor about Marsha Cross in the earlier seasons of the show, Eva Longoria's ties to Scientology, and Felicity Huffman's arrest after she took one of her character storylines from Desperate Housewives into real life. Terry Hatcher was born on December 8th, 1964 in Palo Alto, California. Her mother, Esther, was a computer programmer, and her father, Owen, was a nuclear physicist and electrical engineer. She studied acting at the American Conservatory Theater, and one of her earliest jobs was as a cheerleader for the San Francisco 49ers. She started working in television in the mid-80s through the 90s, and in 1992, she made it to the final 2 for the role of Jamie Bushman in the popular show Mad About You, but she lost the part to Helen Hunt. The next year, in 1993, Terry Hatcher's luck really changed, and she landed several parts that helped her break through into a successful actor. Her first role in 93 was on an episode of Seinfeld, and later that same year, she landed her really big first role as Lois Lane in the ABC series Lois and Clark: The New Adventures of Superman. And this role is the one she's probably most well known for after Desperate Housewives. Lois and Clark was a popular show also on ABC, and it led Terry to be able to host SNL in 1996 and be voted FHM's Sexiest Woman Alive in 1997. Also in 97, she landed her most well-known film role playing Paris Carver in James Bond's Tomorrow Never Dies, starring Pierce Brosnan. Lois and Clark also aired its final season in 1997, and after that, Terry struggled to get roles, with her appearance in Spy Kids the movie in 2001 being one of the few roles that she had in the late 90s and early 2000s. Terry Hatcher was the most mainstream well-known of the Desperate Housewives cast when the show launched in 2004, although Felicity Huffman was more known for her performances as an actor, and Marcia Cross was pretty well known too from her time on Melrose Place. The cast, crew, and the showrunner of Desperate Housewives have all referenced a bully on the set who was a big star. No one has actually named Terry Hatcher as the bully, but most people have deduced it to be Terry based on the available evidence. Some documents we will discuss involving a cast member's arrest reference the bully making cast members' lives difficult throughout the run of the show, which rules out people like Nicolette Sheridan, whose character was killed off in the 5th season, like Vanessa Williams, who joined the show as a lead in season 7, and Dana Delaney, who was a lead for seasons 4 through 6. Furthermore, Eva Longoria, Felicity Huffman, and Marcia Cross have remained close friends after the show, and they're also close with the showrunner Mark Cherry, even defending him when the lawsuit was filed by Nicolette Sheridan for Cherry's behavior on the set. I will say, however, a few cast members have defended Terry Hatcher. Catherine Jewston, who played Karen McCluskey, who basically said none of the cast were great, but of them, Terry Hatcher was the friendliest, and also James Denton, who played Susan's character's love interest on the show, Mike Delfino, said that he liked working with Terry Hatcher, and he has worked with her again, even pretty recently. So many people will ask, why don't the cast just name who the bully was? It's been so many years. Why not just say it? Because the people that aren't the bully get lumped in as some of the possibilities. There's so many reasons that they wouldn't say why, but there's a pretty big one that is, it's kind of career damaging to call someone out like that, because you just never know who you are going to work with on a production in the future. And what if they're really good friends with that person? Or what if they love working with that person? Or what if you're on a project with that person in the future? But it also just doesn't look good from the standpoint of when a producer or director or anyone is sitting down and being like, oh, this is the people we're considering for a role. If they see that you have gone on an interview and, said, oh, this person did that on set, they're not going to want someone like that on set. And it's why Hollywood, you don't really see people burning bridges or really calling people out that much. I mean, all these people have media training and they know that everything they say is going to be picked apart and scrutinized. So they're all very careful about what they say. There are, of course, exceptions, like nothing is an absolute. There's Sarah Jessica Parker and Kim Cattrall, just right, perfect example of that is kind of openly talked about. But if they name this person, there's just so many downsides in addition to it damaging your career. You also don't know, like, these people could share a manager or share an agent, and it's pretty much understood that if you share an agency, for example, then you don't go and shit talk the other people that are in that agency and represented by them. But there's also just
the whole you have to deal with the backlash from the fans of that person. That is something that I don't think people think about a lot. I mean, it is just one of the things that someone's always going to have fans when they're on a big show like this. So, of course, you just don't want to deal with that. These shows and movies and actors, they want everything to look perfect, and it's why they won't invite in any unnecessary drama. On the set of The L Word, a show that I used to cover on my original channel, there was 2 cast members on the set of The L Word Generation Q that disliked each other so much that one of them was given pretty much an ultimatum and had to leave the show because of the issues between them. And there's cast members on that show who didn't get on with the showrunner, and there's other too much drama that someday maybe I'll do an L Word video. I do have one on my Patreon and 1 million on my original channel, but even since I stopped covering that show, there's so much stuff that I wish I could just erase from my mind that I feel like I don't want to know anymore. And whether it's The L Word or Desperate Housewives, as I said, with the fan element, there's people that I have seen with my own eyeballs that are not great people. And if you go to any sort of forum where they're discussing a certain actor or a show, there's people saying what an amazing person they are and how kind they are from a few things they said in an interview. And you have to remember that these people know that every single thing they say and do is scrutinized and looked at and picked apart in good and bad ways. And they just are, anything they say is going to be publicized. And so when these people are knowing that anything I say, I shouldn't say anything too bad, so I shouldn't name who this bully is. But there's also the other side where they know I can drop little hints and clues where the people that really care or their fans will know what they're saying. And I talk about this in a lot of videos. I said it in my Sarah Michelle Gellar one, the last video, that people think things like, oh, this actor doesn't follow this actor. Oh, it could be just a mistake or something. But we're thinking about it as normal people. These actors know, like I said, everything is so scrutinized. Those things like following each other, they know that that's some of the only control that they have, because things like the marketing or something around a project or what they post for their new show coming out, it's all written out and, oh, this is the marketing plan, you need to do XYZ. But they know, well, they can't tell me to follow someone. So they will all have these little hints and clues. And this is what the cast has done with the Terry Hatcher thing. If you take all the things that the cast have said, like Eva Longoria, Felicity Huffman, Marsha Cross, and the creator Mark Cherry, they've all talked about this bully and the time frames and seasons and things they've done. There's no way you can deduce it's anyone else but Terry Hatcher based on what they said. For example, for a long time, people were kind of saying it could have been Nicolette Sheridan, it could have been Terry Hatcher. But Eva Longoria wrote this letter for Felicity Huffman, which we'll get into in a second. And in the letter, she was saying for the entire seasons of the show. So there's no way it could be Nicolette Sheridan because she was killed off in the 5th season. So they know that by saying things like that, it's kind of not even giving hints, but they know people will put the puzzle pieces together. And that's why most people do believe it is Terry Hatcher who was the bully and who caused a lot of issues. Not all the issues, but a lot of issues on the set, because she also didn't get on with Mark Cherry. But there was also something they did during the final season of Desperate Housewives that really did make it seem like there was a very big rift between Terry and the rest of the cast. During the final season, all of the leads of the show, except for Terry Hatcher,
purchase gifts for the crew, a very common thing, especially with a big successful show like this. And a lot of the time it will be something pretty nice, especially a show that was on for, many years. A lot of the time it will be something like all the crew members get an iPad and they'll like engrave it or something. And they'll obviously give them like shirts and things too, but this was explicitly a gift from the cast members. A crew member actually posted their gift and card, and Terry Hatcher's name was conspicuously absent, which is very strange for a long-running, highly successful ensemble show. Normally, it's all of the leads doing something nice for the crew. And this was Marcia, Eva, Felicity, and Vanessa Williams, who had been a lead for the last 2 seasons. A lot of people also point to the fact that as the show went on, Terry Hatcher's character was pivoted away from the group, and even her character left Wisteria Lane in the last season, and she was given more of her own solo storylines, not interacting with the rest of the cast. Terry Hatcher and the series creator Mark Cherry allegedly also had a lot of issues over the years, but easily the biggest cast member Mark Cherry had issues with was Nicolette Sheridan. Nicolette Sheridan filed a lawsuit against Desperate Housewives and Mark Cherry. Nicolette Sheridan also did not get along with Terry Hatcher, and she actually said that Terry Hatcher was the meanest woman alive. So now we're going to discuss Nicolette and the lawsuit that she filed against the show and Mark Cherry. Nicolette Sheridan was born November 21st, 1963 in Sussex, England, and she was born when her mother was only 17. Her mother was also an actress, and when Nicolette was 10, she and her mother emigrated to the US. Nicolette had a few smaller roles on television, with her first big role being in 1986 when she was cast in Knots Landing. During the 1990s, Nicolette auditioned for roles like Rachel Green in Friends and Grace Adler in Will and Grace. So when she landed the role of Edie Britt on Desperate Housewives, she was really excited to land a lead role on one of the big networks. Jumping forward to April 2000, Nicolette's character, Edie Britt, was killed off in the 5th season during the 18th and 19th episode. The following year, in April 2010, Nicolette filed a $20 million lawsuit against Desperate Housewives, ABC, and Mark Cherry. Nicolette's lawsuit alleged that she was assaulted by Cherry on set and was then fired when she reported the alleged abuse to the network. In her lawsuit, Sheridan claimed wrongful termination, assault and battery, gender violence, discrimination based on sex, sexual orientation, and age, and intentional infliction of emotional distress. She also alleged that Cherry was abusive to other cast members and writers. ABC responded by stating that while they were unaware of this particular complaint, they had investigated similar claims made by Sheridan and reportedly found them to be without merit. The show stars Terry Hatcher, Felicity Huffman, Marcia Cross, and Eva Longoria pledged their support to help Cherry in his battle against Sheridan's allegations and lawsuit. In May 2011, a judge granted permission for the case to continue to trial, but threw out Sheridan's claim of harassment. The case went to trial on the 27th of February 2012. Mark Cherry asserted that the alleged assault was in fact a tap to the head with his fingers done in rehearsal when he was demonstrating to Nicolette Sheridan how she should play a physical gag in a scene. He also stated that the decision to kill off her character was already approved in May 2008, which was several months before the alleged incident took place, which was September 2008. And Cherry said the reason for doing that was to reduce the show's budget. He also cited Nicolette Sheridan's unprofessional on-set behavior, such as habitual lateness, not learning her lines, and feuding with her co-stars. The fact that her character had simply run its course is one of the other reasons for his decision to remove her from the show. On the 13th of March 2012, the judge dismissed the battery charge against Cherry due to lack of evidence, and the lawsuit was then focused solely on Nicolette's alleged wrongful termination by ABC. Closing arguments were heard on the 14th of March 2012, and the jury began their deliberation. By the 19th of March, the jury had failed to reach a verdict, and a mistrial was declared. Throughout the run-up to the lawsuit, more accusations began pouring out about Cherry and his behavior on the set and in the writer's room. There's a very good video that's really detailed by a YouTuber called Medusan, and she goes into a lot of detail about the writer's room and then also a lot of the storylines, why Desperate Housewives didn't really get its flowers compared to a show like Lost, even though the ratings were a lot higher with Desperate Housewives, and she goes into a ton of other stuff. So I will link that video down below, as I always do with all of my sources. And while I'm recommending Desperate Housewives content, I watched an excellent recap of the entire Desperate Housewives series from a YouTuber called Abby Bryn. I could not face a rewatch of certain middle seasons of the show, so Abby, thank you girl for getting me through that. Both those videos, again with all the sources, are linked down below. As I said, more was coming out about Mark Cherry and how difficult he was to work with, how he had frequent tantrums on the set, and the Daily Beast actually ended up interviewing a number of writers who had worked for Cherry, and they said that Cherry does indeed create a very difficult work environment in which he routinely clashes with actors and other writers. One of the writers said that he will dress you down in front of the staff, he will assault an idea, he is very confrontational in this way, and he has hissy fits. The former staff of Desperate Housewives that spoke to the Daily Beast said that Cherry is not physically abusive and they can't imagine him hitting or slapping someone with the intent to hurt them, as Nicolette Sheridan was claiming in her lawsuit, but they did all unanimously say that to work for Mark Cherry, especially if you are a woman, is to be marginalized and demeaned. One of the writers also told the Daily Beast that they believe Mark Cherry hates women, and none of the people who spoke to the Daily Beast would really be specific or give examples because they had fear of being identified by Cherry or by ABC. Throughout the lawsuit, more claims were coming out about Cherry and his behavior on set and in the writer's room. After the mistrial, there was a retrial that was scheduled for September 2012, but it never happened because the case was actually dismissed in August 2012. The Los Angeles Court of Appeal determined that Nicolette Sheridan had not been wrongfully fired. The court rejected Nicolette Sheridan's argument that ABC's decision not to renew her option for another season was not comparable to a violation of an at-will employment. The court reasoned that unlike an at-will employee whose contracts would remain in force indefinitely, Sheridan's contract was set for a set term time that had expired. So ABC had not actually fired her, but they simply had chosen not to rehire her for another fixed-term contract after her contract for those 5 seasons of Desperate Housewives ended. Apart from everything that we've discussed with the issues between all of the cast, Marsha Cross did not really have any controversies outside of that and with everything with Vanity Fair. However, there were a lot of rumors and speculations surrounding Marsha Cross, especially during the first few seasons of Desperate Housewives. Marsha Cross was born March 25th, 1962 in Massachusetts, and she actually earned a scholarship to Juilliard, where she graduated with a Bachelor of Fine Arts in acting in 1984. Like a lot of her fellow cast members, prior to landing her role on Desperate
Desperate Housewives, Marcia got her start in soaps. As I mentioned before, her most well-known role prior to Desperate Housewives was Melrose Place. Marcia Cross's character, Bree Vanderkamp, that, as I said earlier, was based on Cherry's own mother, was probably the most talked about character on the show, and she also was a very rich character with lots of great storylines. Bree, on the surface, appears as the perfect conservative housewife with literally not a hair out of place, but as the show progresses, you see that this perfect exterior is something that Bree has developed in an attempt to cope with things she can't control. During the show, she also develops an addiction to alcohol, and I really loved watching that storyline. I think it was really well done, and there's just some great Bree scenes in the show in general, and in my opinion, she's the best character on the show. I think that is a pretty popular overall opinion, but it is just my opinion. Some people who definitely will agree that Bree is the best character, though, is my fellow lesbians, as there is a large amount of fans who ship Bree with one of the other housewives who joins the show a few seasons in, Catherine Mayfair, who is played by Dana Delaney. Dana Delaney actually was in an episode of The L Word around the same time that she was on Desperate Housewives, and she's always been pretty popular with the lesbians too. But spoilers for Desperate Housewives, she got even more popular after the last season that Dana Delaney was on Desperate Housewives, because she ended up falling for another character that was played by another queen, Julie Benz. And although Dana Delaney's character Catherine and Julie Benz's character Robin left the show together to go to Paris, there were a lot of fans who wanted Bree and Catherine to get together. I give you that context because I don't think Cherry would have written Bree in a same-sex relationship because the character was inspired by his own mother, but also because of the rumors that surrounded Marcia Cross during the first few seasons of Desperate Housewives. When Marcia Cross started on Desperate Housewives, she was 42 years old, unmarried, single, and childless. 10 years prior to Desperate Housewives, she'd actually had a long-time partner who was 25 years her senior, but he had passed away in 1993. People quickly started asking Marcia Cross about her private life, and not too far into season 1, rumors were being spread about Marcia Cross being a lesbian. The first big rumor to circulate was from Defamer blog, who titled the article "Desperately Closeted" and went on to say, the rumor that Cross was intimately donning a pantsuit on the cover of The Advocate to let the world know about her preferences for female genitalia in matters of sexual gratification has spread through the media like Mexican tap water through a Tijuana tourist. Oh God, if that's not 2004, I don't know what is. Like, sexist, racist, and homophobic. Jesus Christ. Again, this is 2004, and even cast members of the L Word, I keep mentioning the L Word so much in this video, didn't want to come out in real life. Actually, when Jennifer Beals was cast on the L Word, she was told by many people not to play a lesbian, and she'd never work again if she did. Of course, things are better today. There are very popular working actresses like Sarah Paulson, who also guest starred on Desperate Housewives and is out and living her life and getting work. But there are still today a huge amount of actors and actresses that are closeted, and I mean some really big names. The rumors of Marcia Cross being a lesbian were so prevalent that she actually addressed it. Her publicist issued a statement saying, in response to recent rumors about Marcia Cross, they are completely untrue. She is, however, very very supportive of the gay and lesbian community. It became such a big conversation at one point that during the first season of the show, the cast were doing this special promotion with The View, and The View's also on ABC. The View went to LA for a week, and each day it was hosted or co-hosted by a different housewife. So Terry Hatcher was Monday, Felicity Huffman was Tuesday, Marsha Cross was Wednesday. And when she was on the show, Barbara Walters said to her, "There is a rumor about you being gay." And Cross responded, "I assume this is what comes from being 42 and single. I don't know if they needed to find a reason that I'm not married, but I'm not." So the other co-host, Joy Behar, said, "So you're not a lesbian?" And Cross said, "I'm not. I did think it was really weird that there was all this curiosity about something like sexuality. And I thought, what a world we live in where that's so important." I did try and find the clips for this because I got these quotes from an article and I couldn't find it anywhere. If I do find it between me filming this and editing, I will put it in.
Then there begin to be the rumors, and there is a big rumor about you, which is that you are gay.
I'm happy.
It wasn't exactly meaning that you're happy.
I don't know if they just needed to find a reason why I wasn't married or...
So you're not a lesbian?
I'm not.
So tonight is off then between us?
Under 3.5 years later from this conversation on The View, Marsha Cross got married to a stockbroker called Tom Mahoney. She and Tom had in vitro fertilization just after they got married, and Marsha gave birth in February 2007 to twin daughters. That was a month before her 45th birthday. As I was saying at the beginning, the cast dealt with a lot because of the show, so I wanted to include one of the very prevalent rumors that circulated simply for the fact Marsha Cross had the audacity to be a single childless woman in her 40s and be a lead in a very successful television show. Next thing you're going to tell me, she had a cat too. Marsha Cross and the other women dealt with many of the usual rumors that surround celebrities, especially women: weight, plastic surgery, and a plethora of others. If anything looks ever so slightly shifted on camera, it is because my chair leg came off when I sat down and I absolutely ate it. Poor baby G is very, very nervous now because, I mean, I absolutely ate it. I flew back into that and like shoved the whole desk. It was an absolute mess, and unfortunately it was on camera. I will not be sharing it, but maybe I'll keep it for if I ever need to humiliate myself. I'll save that. But anyway, on to Eva Longoria. Eva Longoria was born on March 15th, 1975 in Corpus Christi, Texas, and she was the youngest of 4 daughters. She attended Texas A&M and earned her Bachelor in Science in Kinesiology in 1998. Eva was not very well known prior to being cast on Desperate Housewives, although she did make guest appearances on big shows like Beverly Hills 90210 and a number of soaps such as The Young and the Restless. Like Marsha Cross, Eva Longoria hasn't had a huge amount of scandals or controversies outside of the Desperate Housewives cast drama. Like Felicity Huffman is the other cast member with Terry Hatcher and Nicolette Sheridan who had the most controversy. Felicity Huffman is the biggest by far, especially lately, and we'll get into that in just a second. But Longoria has garnered some backlash for several of her comments in recent years and also for some of her affiliations with Scientology, and not a lot of people are actually aware of that, including her past connection to Danny Masterson. Her most recent controversy was in the 2020 election after she had spoken about Joe Biden getting elected, and she spoke about how she thinks that the Latina women were really the heroines of that election. She said that the women of color showed up in big ways. Of course, you saw in Georgia what Black women have done,
but Latina women, they're the real heroines, beating men in turnout in every state and voting Biden-Harris at an average rate of close to 3-1. And that wasn't surprising to me, and that was the end of her statement. People were quick to call out the fact that she was kind of downplaying the impact that Black women had in the 2020 election, as they were not only the people who turned up to the polls, but they were also responsible for a lot of the rallying, organizing, and registering of hundreds of thousands of voters. Longoria did apologize, but her apology tried to sidestep a lot of things, as she said, "When I said that Latinas were heroines in this election, I simply meant that they turned out in greater numbers and voted more progressively than Latino men. My wording was not clear, and I deeply regret that. There is such a history in our community of anti-Blackness, and I would never want to contribute to that. So let me be very clear. Black women have been long the backbone of the Democratic Party, something we have seen play out in this election as well as previous ones." A lot of people don't really talk about this, but Eva Longoria has had some connections, past and present, with Scientology, Tom Cruise, and Danny Masterson. She did actually buy Tom Cruise's house, weirdly too, but she did recently sell it. But she has spent a lot of time socially with Cruise and supported many of his causes, and she's also praised him quite a lot in the media, even as recently as just a few months ago. If you've watched my channel before, you'll know I've spoken quite a lot about the cast of That 70s Show, and this specific story I've mentioned in 2 of the videos about the 9/11 survivors that Scientology took advantage of. I mentioned this in the video about the whole cast, and it involves the majority of the cast members of that show, but it was led by Danny Masterson. If you haven't seen any of my That 70s Show videos, I have a new second, although technically third channel that's linked down below that hopefully by the time you see this, I'll have put up a mega cut of all my That 70s Show cast videos, and it will be all together. So if you want hours and hours of background noise you need to clean, or you want something to fall asleep to, I've got you covered for that. I'm going to post new content on that channel very soon too, so consider subscribing if you want to be the first to see, but no pressure, and consider subscribing here, but again, no pressure. I don't do any sponsorships whatsoever, so that is the best way to support the channel. So in regards to this 9/11 firefighters that Scientology treated terribly, you may have actually heard about this, as this was referenced in the letters that Ashton Kutcher and Mila Kunis wrote on behalf of Danny Masterson after he was convicted of multiple violent rapes. After his conviction, they wrote letters of support for Masterson, asking for sentencing leniency and speaking to his character, what an amazing person he is. And in the letters, they make reference to many things about what Masterson's done outside of acting. And one of the biggest examples that they highlighted is how after 9/11, Masterson was so motivated to help that he rallied his co-workers to help the firefighters. There were other people who were involved in this and were the faces of it, the leaders of it. And it was, as I said, other cast members from That 70s Show, Tom Cruise, Michael Pena, whose wife is extremely close friends with Masterson, and also a number of Masterson's family who are all Scientologists too, like Chris Masterson, his brother from Malcolm in the Middle. Eva Longoria was one of the other celebrities that was very involved with this, and she was the only person or only celebrity outside of Masterson and his co-star Wilder Valderrama that was asked to present and speak at the event. Ashton and Mila talk about this firefighter scheme being a massive help, but that is very, very far from the truth, because Masterson didn't help the brave firefighters and rescue operators who ran in to help on 9/11. He actually harmed them. Tom Cruise was leading this along with Masterson, and they also brought in a number of other Scientologists along with the celebrities that I mentioned. This program, they told the firefighters when they lured them in that this was a medical program, and this was all actually investigated and covered by the New York Times. In a nutshell, they basically presented this medical program and told all of the firefighters that they needed to stop all of their prescribed medication, including inhalers, antidepressants, and blood pressure medication. They told the firefighters that they needed to stop their medication and that they were going to give them a new medication that was a single pill that actually covered everything that they were prescribed. They're still not actually sure what exactly was in this medication that they were given, but most people believe it contained niacin, which is pretty much a very large dose of vitamin B3. There were a lot of alarming issues and practices happening at this center that the firefighters went to. There was even one instance where a man was having a trouble breathing after being given a large dose of this medication and being put in a 107-degree sauna and told to exercise. The staff were discouraged from calling 911 in emergencies, so when the man started turning blue, the clinic higher up said he was just experiencing a manifestation and that they should just refer him back to L. Ron Hubbard, the guru of Scientology, his book called Clear Body, Clear Mind. Scientologists believe that taking very high doses of niacin, which is why most people think that this is what they gave the firefighters, is something that helps clear their bodies of toxins. And they also advise them to take the niacin, go into a sauna, and then exercise to try and get everything toxic out of their system faster. So this is what Eva Longoria was promoting with Masterson. Of course, people can make mistakes, find out more information, or something changes, something happens, and they realize, oh, I shouldn't have done that. I should apologize. But it doesn't even seem like this was looked into, because if anyone looked into this, they would straight away see there's something not right here. But Eva Longoria has never addressed this. She's never spoken about it, apologized, never tried to make it right, never done any sort of donation or anything. As I said, Eva Longoria still spends time with Cruise and still speaks out about him and what a great, kind person he is. Most recently, she spoke out about him this summer when she spent time with him at Victoria Beckham's 50th birthday party. Our final housewife, Felicity Huffman, has definitely been the most well-known and recent controversy. Huffman was involved in the college admissions scandal that went absolutely viral, and there's been a lot of content created around this case, with Netflix, amongst other streaming platforms, producing a series covering the event. Felicity Huffman was born on December 9th, 1962 in Bedford, New York, and she was born into a very wealthy family. Her father was a banker and partner at Morgan Stanley. Felicity went to a private boarding school in Vermont and then attended both NYU and the Royal Academy of Dramatic Arts in London. She was fairly well known prior to being cast on Desperate Housewives, with a lot of her early career being spent on the stage and appearing in films like Hackers. From 1998 to 2000, she received a lot of praise and accolades for her role in Sports Night, and even scored a Best Actress Golden Globe for that role. She did also win an Emmy in 2005 for her role as Lynette Scavo on Desperate Housewives, and she did go on to win another Golden Globe while she was on Desperate Housewives, but for a different role as a trans woman in the independent drama Trans America, and she was also nominated for an Oscar for that role. That was a really big movie when it came out in 2005. She's also married to William H. Macy, who she dated on and off for 15 years prior to their marriage in 1997. So they are a very long-standing Hollywood couple, and they have 2 adult daughters together. In 2019, Felicity Huffman was arrested as part of the nationwide college admissions cheating scandal, which was also known as the Varsity Blues scandal. The Varsity Blues scandal involved 33 wealthy parents of high school students, with Huffman and Lori Loughlin, who played Aunt Becky in Full House, being the most famous faces associated with this scandal. The majority of the other parents were very wealthy, but not in the entertainment industry. Although some of the names were known because they were just really wealthy people. One of them, for example, was the heir to the Hot Pockets fortune. Federal investigators actually uncovered this scandal by accident when they were pursuing an unrelated securities fraud case. The executive that they were investigating revealed that a Yale soccer coach had offered to help his daughter gain admissions to Yale in exchange for bribes. Acting on this tip, the authorities set up a sting operation in a hotel room in Boston, and this happened in April 2018. During this meeting, one of the coaches from Yale, Rudy Meredith, was caught on tape soliciting a bribe from the executive, and he mentioned someone else involved that was called Rick Singer. The Yale coach agreed to cooperate with the authorities, and they also ended up convincing Rick Singer, who was the head of all of this, to cooperate as well. And that meant they were able to get Singer to set up incriminating recordings of phone calls and meetings with parents, coaches, and other people involved with this scheme. Between 2011 and 2018, 33 parents of college applicants paid over $25 million to Singer, who used the money to fraudulently boost entrance exam scores and bribe university officials. Over half the parents paid bribes to secure their kids' admissions to the University of Southern California. Singer ultimately pled guilty and cooperated with the FBI, admitting to facilitating college admissions fraud for over 750 families. He was given a less harsh sentence, however, because he cooperated and assisted with the investigation. In January 2023, he was sentenced to 3.5 years in prison and ordered to forfeit over $10 million. Prosecutors accused Felicity Huffman of making a $15,000 donation to the key worldwide foundation, which was Rick Singer's foundation. What Singer would do is he would have these wealthy parents pay into his foundation their bribes, and then he would present it as if his foundation was a charity and that these parents were making a charitable contribution. But Felicity Huffman didn't make a charitable contribution. Her payment was actually to have someone else get a higher score on the SAT for her daughter Sophia. The person who took the test for Sophia achieved a significantly higher result than what Sophia achieved when she took the preliminary SAT, the PSAT. Huffman was arrested at her home in California on March 12, 2019 by the FBI and IRS agents. She was charged with conspiracy to commit mail fraud and honest services fraud. The following day, on March 13th, Huffman appeared in Los Angeles federal court, where her passport was confiscated and she was released on $250,000 bail. On May 13th, 2019, Huffman pleaded guilty to the charges. They didn't actually have someone go and sit and do the test as her daughter, but they had the daughter take the test, and then the proctor corrected her daughter's answers on the Scantron before turning it in to be graded. On September 13th, there's a lot of 13ths in her trial, by the way, she was sentenced to 14 days in jail, 1 year of supervised release, a $30,000 fine, which is nothing to someone like that, and 250 hours of community service. She reported to the Federal Correctional Institution in Dublin, California on October 15th to begin serving her sentence, and she was released on October 25th, 10 days later. 2 days early, she got out due to the way the weekend was falling. I mean, if that isn't just rich people justice, but that place that she served her time, the Federal Correctional Institution in Dublin, is actually where Alison Mack from Smallville served her time in prison for everything with Nexium. I do have a video on Alison Mack, and I also talk about that case in my WB video, which talks about all of the controversial stuff that was going on all of the WB sets in the late 90s and early 2000s. I do want to do a part 2 to that video and want to do a CW version of it. So let me know in the comments which one first, or if you're interested in those ones. By the time Huffman completed her full sentence in October 2020, no charges had been filed against her husband, William H. Macy. In November 2023, Huffman actually spoke about the Varsity Blues scandal for the very first time, and in the interview with KABC TV, she stated that I felt like I would have been a bad mother if I didn't do it. Eva Longoria wrote a character letter on behalf of Felicity Huffman to request leniency to her sentencing, and this is the letter I was referring to in the earlier parts of the video that gives you a bit of clarity on who this bully allegedly was on set, and it eliminates a lot of people that were strong contenders for a while too. Longoria's letter read in part, "There was a time I was being bullied at work by a coworker. I dreaded the days I had to work with that person because it was pure torture. Until one day, Felicity told the bully enough, and it all stopped. Felicity could feel that I was riddled with anxiety even though I never complained or mentioned the abuse to anyone." Her letter also detailed about the pay disparity after the success of the show, and given that Terry Hatcher was making the most during the first season, it does seem to indicate that it was Terry Hatcher fighting against equal pay for all of the cast members. Longoria said that one actor fought against everybody else receiving equal pay, and in her letter she said, "This fight lasted weeks, but Felicity held strong and convinced everyone this was the right thing to do. And thanks to Felicity, I was bumped up." As I said earlier, Mark Cherry also wrote a letter, and he said the same thing about a bully on set, and it was someone that was there for all of the seasons, and he also described this bully as a big star. So those are all the things that just most people seem to deduce that it was Terry Hatcher. But let me know what you think down below. So those are the main scandals of the Desperate Housewives cast, a show that was an absolute juggernaut during its time. I cannot describe how huge this show was. There was a time that seemingly every woman in America was watching this show, and every gay man too, as during the earlier seasons, the only thing on TV that saw more male viewership than Desperate Housewives was Monday Night Football. The show has not seen the same success over time and had that longevity like a lot of its successful counterparts, even though it was more successful. I think a lot of that has to do with the fact that it is a soap opera, a primetime soap opera, but a soap opera. And soap operas don't really get a lot of respect. Even though they're making an hour of television every single weekday,
every single week of the year. And the longest running television show in the world is a soap opera and an absolute diamond of a show, Coronation Street. If you are British, you absolutely will know Coronation Street. It's impossible not to know that show. It is the furthest thing that you can possibly imagine of an American soap opera. And I just love looking at the two versions of US soaps and British soaps because they are worlds apart. But American soaps are so quintessentially American and British soaps are so quintessentially British.
Don't give me that, you lying tart.
Pack it in! I said, pack it in! Wipe that grin off your face or you'll be through that window, teeth first. Get your scrawny backside out, you bad.
As I said, it is my plan to cover the behind the scenes drama of the two other juggernauts from the golden era of ABC 2004 until, well, kind of Grey still's going, so it doesn't really end. And it is my plan to cover those very soon, as long as this video doesn't bomb. So let me know down below if you are looking forward to them, if you want to see one more than the other. And if you made it to the end, thank you so much for watching. Leave MVP down below so I can thank you. If you want more behind the scenes content and videos, consider subscribing, but no pressure. Just thank you so much for being here and making it to the end. I really, really appreciate it. Check out Miss G's new merch, my other channels, and also Miss G and my social media, and all of that will be linked down below along with my Patreon. Thank you so much for watching, and as always, make sure to stay safe, take care of yourselves, and I hope to see you in the next one. Bye, guys.